good afternoon, good night, wherever you are joining us. This is the Dream Team webinar. Welcome, 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 everyone, to this great webinar. We have a great speaker, Michael Williams M. And those of you that are joining us for the very first time, please, you will enjoy the show. Over to you, Sister Marie Pendy. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Always happy to be here with this dynamic Dream Team. Welcome to everyone on our Dream Team webinar. We have an excellent speaker. We can't wait to hear from him. We've gone around and identified everybody, and shout out to everyone who has made it here today. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Brother Alpha. Thank you, Sister Mary Pending, for always making us feel at home. We are very, very appreciative because that makes us settle and know that we belong to a family. The Dream Team is a family. Welcome, everyone. But before we start our webinar, in a typical Dream Team fashion, we're going to start with our signature tune, In It to Win It. This was gifted to us by our own very sister, Lerato Shadare, which is part of this group. She's been traveling. That's why you have not seen her for a while, but she is with us. And on top of that video, our brother King Dr. Derek has also gifted us some information on the video. So we call it our non-verbal update in a way. So without wasting your time, because I know we are looking forward to our main presenter today, we're going to listen to In It to Win It.
To the future we rise high with one next stop is Impassive.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
But before we go to the main topic today, we're going to do the mindset, because there's a saying that our CEO has promised us the physical. However, if we have this windfall and we don't have the right mindset, it might be a disaster, and that's not his motive or his aim. So today, our moderator for today is Sister Irene. She's here. Welcome back, sis. And I'm going to introduce our mindset speaker for today, and then I'll hand it over to Sister Irene. Today, we've been blessed again for the second time in a row to have our own Sister Yvonne Finn. The woman that promised me just one time a year, but has given me 2 weekends in a row to speak. She's very instrumental on this platform. She worked very, very hard in the background. You can see her very active, especially on the chat. And on the YouTube, if the YouTube is live, she's really, really one of the core coordinators of this platform. As we say in the Dream Team, all of us here, brand ambassadors and leaders, but this platform have coordinators. So she's one of the coordinators. She stays in Canada. She has been an Impassivian for a very long time. She is true to the cause. She trusts the cause. She follows the cause. She's prayerful. She is in many platforms helping and assisting as well, because she has that passion and believe that Impassive will come through one day for us to be able to uplift humanity. I'm just going to say it that way, but we know Sister Yvonne is, we've had her credential here before, but that's the one I want to push today. That this is a woman that believes, that trusts in the process, that believe that there's a season and the next season will be great. Let me know what's time to preach. Let me call upon our Sister Yvonne Finn, to give us our mindset today. Over to you, Sister Yvonne.
Thank you very much, sister. So I'm going to make it short because I know we all just anxious to get to our speaker for the day. But the word today, okay, you introduced me. So my name is Yvonne Finn, and as you said, normally or ordinarily, I look after the chat. But today I'm stepping out again to just give us a quick word. So today, the concept I chose was the human will, a force to be reckoned with. And to reckon with is to contend with or to deal with. That means we must not only accept that we all have this force, which is the will, we must also accept the responsibility to control it. And the human will refers to the human capacity to actively decide what to do instead of reacting automatically to stimuli, meaning we're not animals. It's not instinct, although we do have instinct as well. But as superior beings, which I believe we are, from the Creator, we have a will. That means we can decide what to do. Of course, and unfortunately, some humans often insist that they want their free will while downplaying the latter when it suits them. They don't want the responsibility of the actions. They want to exercise their free will, but not accept the consequences. And so many have been asking, do free will indeed? As a Christian, this is not an issue for me, as I have chosen to submit my will to God's will. My will is, to the best of my ability, subjected to God's directives. Of course, neither you or I will ever do it perfectly in this life. So I'll just present 2 scriptures that makes me say that. And the Lord God commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for then when you eat it, you will certainly die. And that's in Genesis. And also he said, let us make mankind, which is us, in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over all. That is why I'm saying we have will. The point is, people are saying, in general, do we have free will? Because of that, can we make up our own minds and do what we please? Of course, that should not be the case. We would have chaos. The others who choose a different path, that is, who do not choose to submit themselves to God, must decide who or what their will is be subjected or submitted to. whether it's themselves, another person, philosophy, ideology, nature, or some other thing. The will must be directed. It's not neutral. It has to be directed. Will, within philosophy, is a faculty of the mind. Will is important as one of the parts of the mind, along with reason and understanding. It is considered central to the field of ethics because its role is enabling deliberate action. It includes the ability to make meaningful moral choices, and by grace, the freedom to use a created will as a moral agent is one of the key biblical distinctions between humans and the rest of the created order. This philosopher, teacher, professor, Byrne Williams says, man never made any material as resilient as the human spirit, which is the same thing as the will. So I just like to imagine with me for a while. Imagine a world without choice, a world where actions are predetermined and aspirations are merely illusions. Unfortunately, and I'm going to say, fortunately, we inhabit a universe where the human spirit, the human will, reigns supreme with an extraordinary capacity. The will is what it is, the thesis. Today, I'm asking you to explore with me this fundamental aspect of the human nature, the will. We examine its essence, its manifestation, and its profound impact on our lives. We will examine the nature of will, differentiating it from willpower. We will then explore, followed by an analysis of its influence on individuals and on our society. We understand the will. Now that we establish the existence of the human will, that every human being has one, let's go deeper into its nature. Defining the will. The will is the conscious and intentional direction of our actions and desires, which is another word for the will, desire. It is the internal force that drives us toward our goals and aspirations. Willpower versus will. While often combined or used interchangeably, willpower is a subset of will. And willpower is the ability to exert self-control and resist mere impulses, whilst will is the underlying capacity for choice and direction. The uniqueness of the human will, unlike other species, human beings possess a highly developed prefrontal cortex, which enables the process of complex decision-making and long-term planning. This cognitive capacity is fundamental to the exercise of will. So I've made another acronym, and the will framework then is willingness, intention, leverage, strength, longevity. Willingness. The cornerstone of willingness is the conscious choice to engage in a particular course of action. It is the initial spark that ignites our determination. A la Mr. Mufareh for that way, right? Look at what he's done. It's his will that made him come and share that vision with us. It keeps him going. Intention. It's a clear, focused purpose is essential for channeling our will effectively. His mission to lift up humanity and to help us join him in this. Intentionally provides direction and motivation. Leverage. To maximize the impact of our will, we must leverage our strengths, our resources, and support systems. By strategically utilizing these assets, we can overcome obstacles and achieve our goals. And passive will succeed. Longevity. Sustaining willpower over time is crucial for long-term success. Cultivating perseverance and resilience is key to overcoming challenges and maintaining progress. The impact of will on human life. The human will is not merely an abstract concept, but a tangible force that shapes our lives in profound ways. Personal growth. The will is instrumental in cultivating personal growth. A growth mindset through dedication and hard work is essential for unlocking one's potential. By embracing challenges as opportunities for learning and improvement, individuals can harness the power of their will to achieve remarkable growth. In relationships, our interactions with others are significantly influenced by our will. It enables us to build, strong bonds, resolve conflicts, and contribute positively to society. Collectively, the human will drives societal progress. It fuels innovation, it inspires change, and it shapes the course of history. Overcoming adversity. In the face of challenges, the will serves as an inner reservoir of strength and resilience. It empowers us to persevere and to find solutions. Again, we're calling up the example of impassive. At this point, I hope it is clear that the will is an extremely powerful gift from our Creator. And because it is so intertwined with the mind, we cannot allow it to run amok. It must be tamed, managed, directed, and shaped as a force for positivity. Otherwise, chaos, anarchy, and dystopia becomes a consequence in the world. I'd like to conclude by saying I wish that we keep igniting our inner fire, that will, responsibly. The human will is an unyielding force, a testament to our capacity for growth, resilience, and creation. It is the compass that guides us through life's labyrinth, the energy that propels us towards our dreams. Yet, with great power comes great responsibility. It is an imperative to channel our will towards constructive ends, respecting the rights and dignity of others. Let us not underestimate the power that resides within each of us. By cultivating our will wisely, we unlock a world of possibility. We embrace challenges as opportunities. We nurture our intentions and we leverage our strength. Remember, the greatest limitations often reside not in our external circumstances, but in the constraints that we impose on our own will. So ignite your inner fire, but let it burn beneficially and ethically. Your destiny is in your hands, and with it comes the responsibility to shape a better world. Nothing can withstand the power of the human will if it is willing to stake its very existence to the extent of its purpose. This is from Benjamin Disraeli. The basic presumption of all people in all ages is that free will exists. The onus is on those who would deny its existence to provide a compelling argument. We are still waiting. I believe we have will and we have free will. Thank you for listening.
Wow. Yvonne, that
Yes, ma'am.
mindset was just going over my head. Okay.
I
heard that we continue to do growth mindset. I heard that we have free will. I heard about positive energy. Everything. I think she said everything. I'll go back and listen. I'm not going to try to summarize what she said. She said it all.
All right, thank you, sister.
She did a good job to really make us understand the power of our free will, the energy that we use to carry ourselves, and the mindset we decide to use. Do we want a positive growth mindset or a negative one? We have to make a choice. So life is a choice. And we here on Unpassive have made a choice to trust the system, to believe in the system, and to keep pushing ahead and wait for our bread to fall. Without wasting time, I know everybody's been waiting, and we'll have time to discuss, share our view with the mindset today when we come to general Q&D. But we know this is the hour that we have all been waiting for. And I'm going to pass it over to our moderator today. Sister Irene, take it over because everybody's really waiting for this. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us. I'm always elated to be here on Sunday. And it's afternoon in my neck of the woods. So you will hear me say afternoon most of the times. Thank you all for making time to be with us here today. I wish to just take this opportunity to thank the welcome team for welcoming us, making us feel at home. Thank you so much. Oh my God, Sister Yvonne. I'm not gonna say what you said, but I'm gonna just show out my ignorance when it comes to will. I don't know the importance of the human will. All I know about will is before you die, you write your will. When you die, they use it to, settle things with your family and all that. You know how much the human will has to do with our day-to-day life. So thank you very much. The good thing is that we have a recording. I will go back and listen. And I'm sure there are other people here that feel like me. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
All
sister.
right. Back to business. So today we are on Fireside conversation. What number is it again? 6, 7? I'm losing track. That's because of how important this is and all what we have gleaned from it. So much so that I don't even know where we are. I think it's part 6 today. And it's going to be coming from no one else but our very own brother Michael. He is one that we don't need to introduce. We all know him. If you don't, well, you have yourself to be blamed. And as you can look on the screen, we have 2 beautiful ladies sitting here. They're going to be having this fireside conversation with our brother Michael. And so without any much ado, I'm going to hand over to Queen Kandla and Queen Julie to have that conversation with brother Michael. And brother Michael, if you have a word or two to say before the ladies take over, please, over to you. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, brother Michael.
I'm thinking that everybody should be drained and tired and listening to me this past week, I guess.
No.
I'm not sure what
Never.
what else is left inside, but we'll see how we manage today. So yeah, great words of inspiration from our dear sister, speaking on the human will, free will. Just think of it as choices, right? Let's to keep it simple for everybody. Choices, right? We all have choices in life. In every situation, no matter how complex it is, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how simple it is, everything always comes back to choices. Even people say, "Oh, I didn't have a choice." Yeah, you did. You know what I mean? And with choices comes responsibility, comes consequences. If a person decides to make the choice to go rob a bank, right? Well, hey, you may get away with it, you may not, right? You may go rob that bank and you get killed in the process. You may rob that bank and you end up in jail. You know what I mean? It's a choice, right? You didn't have to rob the bank, no matter how desperate situations are. It's still a choice, right? So we can make good choices, we can make bad choices, we can make positive choices, we can make negative choices, right? That's the beauty about human beings, is that we have that ability as opposed to animals, right? Animals were created with instinct, in that you are who you are. And so if that scorpion stings you, that's what a scorpion does. When that mosquito comes and bites you, that's what mosquitoes do. Like, you can't fault the mosquito. I mean, man, why did that mosquito bite me? That's what I do, right? Dogs, they bark, right? Well, why is that dog making so much noise so early in the morning? I'm trying to sleep. That's what dogs do, right? People get mad when a pigeon, flies overhead and poops on them. That's what pigeons do. You know what I mean? So, in life, we all have choices. A person can actually choose poverty over wealth, right? Now, you could be born in poverty, okay, but you can also make a choice not to stay in poverty, right? Obviously, depending on where you live and so on, there's lots of factors that play a role, right? There are a lot of factors that go into it. But at the end of the day, though, there are choices, because we've seen so many great examples of people who were born in the some really, really bad circumstances. You know what I mean? And they were able to succeed beyond measure in life. We've seen people who don't have any limbs. You know what I mean? No feet, no ends. You know what I mean? And they're still able to succeed in life. We've seen athletes, who've maybe go through surgery, and they come back even better than before. We've seen people, where, they're trapped, under large, heavy objects, and somehow they muster the feet to be able to get it off themselves. We've seen, people have done some really, really incredible stuff in life, and you sit and it's like, wow, how is that even possible? You've seen mothers, who are relentless in protecting their young. You know what I mean? There's lots of great things, but it all comes back down to choices. You know what I mean? Sometimes you make a bad choice, and you find yourself coming back, and then you can make a choice to continue on that same path, or do a 180, a complete turn in the opposite direction. And we've seen that in people. We've seen people go to jail, for example. They come back out and they make something of themselves, in a positive way, right? So people can change. But, we all have this human will that's inside us, that is given by our Creator, no doubt about that. But it's still up to us as to what we do with it. We can choose to believe in God. We can choose not to believe in God. It's your choice, right? You can choose to believe in on passive. You can choose not to believe in on passive. It's your choice. You can choose to trust our CEO. You can choose not to. It's a choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I know what my choices are, and I know what I choose to do. Sometimes in life, you experience people who have done you wrong. You know what I mean? And so that trust that you had, is broken, right? And okay, well, how do I react? What do I do? Do I not trust anyone else going forward? You know what I mean? Or do I become more wiser as to who I trust, right?
Mhm.
Again, that's also a choice. You know what I mean? So life is filled with choices. I can choose to go to university and get a degree. I can choose to just get a job after high school. I can choose to not even finish high school. It's a choice. Everything is a choice. I can choose to be fat. I can choose to be skinny. All these things are choices. You know what I mean? We can choose what we eat, right? We can choose to eat lobsters and crabs and, or choose not to eat them because they're bottom feeders, right? It's a choice. You know what I mean? It's a choice as to what people do, right? But that's the beauty about life, though, because it's great to have the ability to make choices. It really is. And that's how you'd want it. People like, well, no, why can't you just force me to do this? Force me to say this? No, you wouldn't want that. You know what I mean? You really wouldn't. But you have to be able to live with the consequences of your choices, though. That's the part that people don't want, right? You know what I mean? They want to have the freedom, the free will. They want to be able to make choices, right? But a lot of people are not prepared, for the consequence that comes with whatever choice you choose to make. So certainly, I believe that all of us have made the right choice, in getting involved in on passive. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, there's none, not even 0.1%. Like, there just isn't any, because we've looked up, we've looked down, we looked around, and we see all that is out there, right? And we've just come to the conclusion this is the best place to be, right? If you're looking for financial freedom, if you're looking for total freedom, if you're looking for a way to better your financial situation, there's no doubt that this is the best place, right? It's the best place, based upon our situation, right? Again, you have some people who, they can go out there and, they don't have a problem making money. They have a profession. Take somebody who's a dentist as an example, right? And so, that dentist, they're gonna have patience, right? Because we know we eat a lot of junk, and their teeth are gonna get rotten out, and we got to get fill-ins and all these things, and people want to have nice, pretty teeth and all this fancy stuff. So we are willing to pay money, whether it be every 6 months, every 9 months, once a year, whatever the period is. That people often go to the dentist, especially in the West, in the Western part of the world. People tend to do that on a regular basis, even overdoing it. You know what I mean? But so you have people who have that ability, right? Someone who is a top lawyer, you know what I mean? Because not all lawyers make good money, but someone who's a top lawyer, they're going to make money, every year, no problem, right? You have people who are can trade well, and so they can go out there and trade, and they can make money. You have people who are involved in real estate, and so they've built up a good portfolio, so they could make, you know what I mean? But when we look at people as a whole, when we look at the bulk, when we look at the population on this planet, almost 8 billion people, right? And when we look at the adults, those who are 18 years old or older, right? Billions of people we're talking about. When we take that number and we look at, what can they do to succeed? How can they generate an income month after month, year after year? What is it that they can do? And that's where we fall short. That's where we see that there is a problem. That's where we see that people are struggling, right? Because if they don't go get a job, meaning someone is willing to employ them, they're stuck. They just don't have a way out, because most people cannot go out there and be a business owner. Most people don't have the finances that it takes to be an investor, right? Most people don't have the knowledge or the know-how to be self-employed, right? Where they can employ themselves. Right? The majority of people on this planet, right? They have to work for someone. Okay, they have to exchange their time in order to make money, and so that being the reality, that's the major reason why most people on this planet struggle. So we have to look for something. We have to find something that can, take care of us, compensate us in such a way that it's no longer dependent upon our ability, right? Because most people just don't have that ability to be able to just, make money at the drop of a dime, okay? And so because of that, we have to trust someone. We have to trust a company. And many of us have been burned so many times. We've trusted and trusted and trusted and trusted. And then you have people now who prey upon that trust, right? You have people who, they know that people are struggling. Okay, so I know you're struggling, so I'm going to put some shiny thing in front of you so that, because you're desperate. You're going to jump in. Even though it doesn't make any sense to you. You know what I mean? You said, yeah, I know it doesn't, but let me just give it a try. And so you jump in anyways, even though the numbers don't make sense. It's basic math, but the basic math doesn't add up, right? Because you can't get something from nothing. You know what I mean? Right? And people promise you the sky and all these things. And you're saying to yourself, wow, like, how can I put $10 into this thing? And geez, I make a gazillion dollars without me doing anything at all. I just put the $10 in and poof, it just blows up, right? Overnight also. It's not like, say, you put $10 in and maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, maybe it'll, become $1,000 or something. No, it's put $10 in and poof, it becomes millions of dollars, in matter of months without you doing anything at all. So it's unfortunate that people have been through so much. So much has been revealed to the world since 2008. But unfortunately, we continue to make the same mistakes, So that's why we need something. We need a company that actually cares about you. We need a company that's not willing to take advantage of you, take advantage of your desperation. You understand? Take advantage of your unfortunate situation, right? Where can we find that company, right? Where can we find that company? That's what we have in On Passive, right? This is why On Passive resonates so well with so many people, is because they find, well, here's a company that's really trying to make a difference, a positive difference, right? You understand, folks, right? That's what we see in this company On Passive, right? So yes, all of us, we can make the choice to just walk away and just, On Passive is finished, on to the next thing. But if we truly understand what our options are, what our choices are, if we truly understand, then we would come to that conclusion that, you know what, I've actually found what I've been searching for, and that's what it is, folks. There are people in On Passive that have money. There are people in On Passive, that are okay with or without On Passive, but they recognize opportunities. You understand? You ever notice that people who have money, they just seem to make more money, right? Because they recognize opportunities. You know what I mean? They're able to see things. I remember years ago, I walked into this home that we wanted to purchase, and it wasn't displayed well. You know what I mean? It just didn't look. It was a mess, right? But I was able to look beyond the mess that I see and recognize the opportunity that no, this is a good buy. This is a really good deal, as a matter of fact. You understand? You have people who can walk into a home and they can recognize that, where someone else would walk in there and all they see is a mess. You understand? They can't look beyond the mess. They can't look at the bones, off the property, if you wish, right? They can't see the structure. All they see is, my gosh, this is the person's bedroom. Like, what is that? You know what I mean? All they see is just disaster, right? But you have people who can recognize opportunities even when things look bad to the majority of people, right? And so when you see that, you hold on to it, you grab it, right? And you run with it. You know what I mean? And so as we look at On Passive, we got in, in my case, back in 2018, right? And so we've had people who've joined 2019 and 2020 and 2021 and so on, right? People come in and people recognize that, man, if this company will do all that it says it will do, meaning it's going to provide that Catmull feeling, it's going to give me a complete business that is going to be automated, that they're going to use the latest technology to be able to drive traffic and all this fancy stuff so that sales are being generated for me, whether I'm sleeping, right? Whether I'm on vacation, right? If this company can do all of that for me, then yes, I have found what I've been searching for. And some people begin to question that. Is that even possible? Right? Because I joined business A, I've joined business B, I've joined these other businesses, and they weren't able to do that for me. So how in the world can On Passive do that? What does On Passive have that these other companies don't have? Right? And I'm going to tell you, it's a burning desire to ensure that people succeed. Right? That's what On Passive has going for it. It's a burning desire, right? You know when something is burning, right? Right? When you got fire, you understand? That's what On Passive has, is that there's a burning desire within those that are involved to make sure that this company succeed no matter what. You understand? That's important, folks, because you've got companies that when things get rough, they just shut down. Oh, you know what? We don't need to be doing this. We made enough money. Let's just move on. Right? I was with a company, they were around for like 25 years. And they just say, you know what? we're throwing in the towel after 25 years. You know what I mean? Now, did they have to throw in the towel? They didn't. They could just adjust to the times. Just make a few adjustments because the business was still relevant. The products that they provided was still relevant. It's products that are still needed, right? Not want, but needed, especially in today's climate, right? And they just, we'll just move on. You know what I mean? We'll just shut down and off to something else, right? That's a company that doesn't really care about people. That's a company that's just looking and says, it's too much work. We're not prepared to make all the changes and adjustments and all these things in order to continue to thrive in the current climate, right? You have companies like that. You have companies that will come into your neighborhood, right? And because they're not making the numbers, right? It's not that they're losing money, but they're not making enough profit. They're like, the numbers don't make any sense. For every dollar we're spending, we're only making $2. You're still in profit, right? They'll still shut that business down. Why? Because they don't care about people. All they care is their bottom line. All they care about is their revenue. All they care about is their profit, right? When you have companies like that, folks, it's very difficult to succeed with them long term, right? But when you have a company that is willing to do it or die, when you have a company that is willing to go to bat for you and you and you and you, comes what may, right? Because it's a choice. It's a choice. Our CEO can says, you know what? This is too much work. I mean, guys, I love you, but I love myself a little bit more than you guys, okay? And who could blame him for that? I mean, do you love other people more than yourself? Let's be real. Think about that. Do you, as an individual, love other people more than yourself? Right? And I'm going to say the vast majority of people, not everyone, but the vast majority of people would say, no, I don't love anybody out there more than myself. Okay, most people's gonna, if they're being truthful, right, that is the case. You know what I mean? But here we have a company that says, you know what? No, we want to uplift humanity. We want to be able to present something out there that leaves a legacy that is going to be, something that's going to benefit millions upon millions of people around the world. That's a lofty goal. Why not? If you can do it, folks, why not? If you can help your brother, why would you help your brother? If you can help your sister, why wouldn't you help your sister? If you can help your children, why wouldn't you help your children? You know what I mean? If you can help other people, why wouldn't you? Like, why wouldn't you? Like, I've never understood, that concept where people are just not willing to help others. It blows my mind, right? If you're in a position to do so, why wouldn't you? You understand, folks, right? But the reality is that most people, hey, I just care about me, myself, and I, right? Just me, myself, and I. That's it. You know what I mean? So, but anyways, it's, what is it now? Almost 2:00. So I don't know what you guys have planned for me. I mean, I can just keep on talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. Sometimes I talk too much, but I love number one, talking to you guys. Number two, I love our company on Passive. I love our CEO. I love all the great founders that we have in this business. I love so many of you that I've come to know over the years. So it's very easy to be able to just talk forever, right? And you'd be surprised that I'm actually a very shy person. Right? You'll be surprised, you know what I mean? But once I become comfortable with you, though, then I'll just talk forever, and that's what this is. I really enjoyed this great business that we're in, and I just can't wait for all of us, to just receive everything that we have coming to us, because it's going to be such a blessing, folks. There's no doubt about that. This is by design. This is by choice that On Passive is here, and that is going to be a blessing for a lot of people around the world, and something that is really needed, right? It's really, really needed, especially right now with so much chaos that is out there. So anyways, back to you. I don't know if it's Irene or Kenla or whomever it is, but I send it back to you guys, and let's see how we move forward. All right.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Brother Michael. Wow. Wow. I mean, I follow in Dr. Patient's words that every time you're here, we just get all so excited. See how I'm already excited and almost jumping out of my chair. Your introduction is just phenomenal. Welcome, welcome, brother. We always honor you being here. We are humbled, and it's always a delight. You just started that introduction, and it's like, you see, you've already answered part of our question. So I am like, oh my God, were you there when we were trying to talk and walk, I mean, this session for today. So, but I just want to follow up also, I mean, on the choice. Thank you, Sister Yvonne, for that mindset of will and free will. And Brother Michael just elaborated again more, reinforcing the fact that we made a choice to be here. We made the choice to be part of Unpassive. We made the choice to be part of this movement, this journey in Unpassive. And we are happy to be here. It is not by coincidence. No, we made that choice. So my first question was going to ask you about us actually having a self-reflection of being a true brand ambassador of Unpassive. I know we used the term earlier on in the business, and we've gone far into Unpassive progress, and it looks like it is now quiet in the background. And right now, I just thought it was a good time, an amazing time to bring it back, have a reflection, and ask you to reinforce what it means. Because maybe some of us may have just taken it now for granted, or just assume, okay, the company was up and moving. So, hey, my role is finished. I don't have anything else to do. But now we actually need to be out there more than ever before, because of the progress we've made, because of who we are. And like you say, the choice, the value, and everything that Unpassive embodies. So Brother Michael, please help us bring us back to that mindset of a true brand ambassador of Unpassive, knowing our business and what it is all about, what we hold. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Looks like you don't want to leave here today. My word. Okay. Well, again, I think people have to always remind themselves as to, why they got involved in Unpassive. I think that's the first and foremost thing. Like, why did you join? Like, why did you decide to partner with us? We always have to look at that, right? And so I believe it comes back to money, right? We can talk about all the fancy stuff and all of that, but really and truthfully, people are here for money. It's a business. We join a business for money. You start a business for money. The majority of people, right? Whether it's nonprofit, whether it's for profit, it doesn't matter. It's still money. That's just a tax loophole when we talk about profit versus nonprofit. End of the day, all businesses, have to be making sales or selling their service, et cetera. So all of us, we join for money. Some people need it now more than others. Some people need it 2 years ago. You know what I mean? And people's situations change as we go through life, right? You may have gotten in and, yeah, okay, sure, give me something to do. And then all of a sudden now you find yourself, oh, I lost my job, or there's an emergency that comes up and you didn't have an emergency fund, so now you're in more need, or there's a catastrophe, maybe you're impacted, maybe you're in some of those places that the storms and hurricanes and so on have impacted. What I mean? Maybe you're somewhere that has been devastated. Your home is completely wiped out. You didn't have home insurance, whatever the case may be. Situations do change. But at the end of the day, it all comes back to money. And so, we have to first look at that, and then realize that, okay, well, how do we generate that money, right? How will money be generated in on passive, right? And at its core is always going to be about sales, right? There's no doubt about that, right? At the core will always be about sales. If nothing is sold, no products are sold, then nobody makes any money, right? It really is that simple, right? And so how do I fit in then, right? I know I can't sell. So, what's this guy talking about sales and selling and, but I can't sell, Canela, you got me involved in this business. I already told you I can't sell anything. You've got me in other businesses before, and I couldn't sell anything then. So why all of a sudden you think I can sell now, right? And so, we know that's not the case. We know that the company understands that people, as an individual, it's a difficult thing to do, right? Not everyone is gifted with that talent, that can actually sell. You have some people, that can really, really sell. I remember, I use my own personal situation where I was in my 20s, I'm gonna guess, at the time, and we had a salesperson came to the home, and they were selling a vacuum cleaner, and this vacuum cleaner can suck up a bowling ball, right? And we got all excited and all this stuff, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna buy this. I think at the time it was like $2,000, and we're gonna buy this vacuum, what I mean? Because it can suck up a bowl. Like that was the the thing that kind of made it over the top. Made that decision to buy it. Like, what in the world do we need to suck up a bowling ball for? Like, think about it. You know what I mean? Like you're vacuuming your carpet or whatever. Like, will you ever need something that powerful? You know what I mean? But that person could sell, because here we are. It was myself and a roommate at the time, and we were young, and it's like, yeah, let's buy it. We're all excited about buying this vacuum. You know what I mean? So that's a person that can sell to make two young men at that time in their early 20s, want to go buy a $2,000 vacuum that they didn't need. You know what I mean? That's a person who can sell, right? So my point is that you have some people that are like that, and yeah, they can sell. They can sell whatever, you know what I mean, and to whomever, right? But the majority of people, though, we know that's not the case. You know what I mean? Right. No matter how we want to say it, oh well, everything in life is about sales. You have to sell that person on marrying you, and yeah, sure. But we're talking about actually selling a real tangible product, and sometimes not even tangible. Sometimes it could be digital, etc. But the point is, majority of people just can't sell, right?
Right.
So we got involved in this company because On Passive is a company that can automate that sales process for us, right? But we still have to get in, right? We have to get in, and the company's going to, find a way, right, to have a process whereby I don't have to physically call up my neighbor and say, "Hey, neighbor, you want to join this business, or you want to buy O Connect, or you know what I mean?" Mm-hmm. I can do it if I want to, right? It's going to speed up my success. It's going to give me more success, all these other things, but it's not something that I have to do. You understand? And so people, were attracted to that, oh, okay, so I don't have to personally go out there and sell. Yeah. Okay. But it doesn't mean that we should not be educated as to what we're involved in, though. You know what I mean? it's good to be able to understand the products that we have, right? Even though I may not sell it, right, like personally, but it's good to know. Maybe it's something that I can use, right? Okay, O Connect. Like, I don't have to be using O Connect to be making sales. I could be using O Connect because I want to stay in connection with my family. I got family over in Rwanda. I got family over in Japan. I got family over in France. You know what I mean? I want to connect with them. So why not use that? Why should I go use another platform, right? When I have this product that is in my business, right? Why would I not use it? You understand? And so on. And the same goes for the other products then. So it's good to understand how do you be able to use it, right? Even if you may not understand the technical aspect of it, right? Because not, again, most of us are not techie, right? But it's still a good idea to at least know how to use it, right? So those are things that we could be doing, is understanding our products. You know what I mean? We want to be engaged. We want to be able to, people reach out. Oh, what's going on? What's the latest? What's this? What's that? Well, if you're paying attention, you don't have to reach out to me to ask me what's going on, right? There's been lots of communication, right, in the various OP360 lives, webinars such as this. I think OTech Pros are having one, I think, probably right now in a few minutes. There's always stuff going on that people can, plug into just to listen, just to keep up with where we're at. So paying attention, that's important. You need to pay attention, to your business. It's your business. Can you imagine you have a business that's going to generate you whatever, right? And I don't put the numbers out there. People are going to, split out that part of the message and just post it all over the place. So whatever the number is, right? It's going to make you $1, let's say, right? And you're excited about $1. You know what I mean? So why would you not pay attention to it? If it's going to give you positive rewards, if it's going to do something that's good for, why would you not pay attention to it? Can you imagine being in a relationship and you don't pay attention to the other person? You think that relationship is going to last? You know what I mean? Chances are it's not going to, right? So you got to pay attention. You know what I mean? And so with my business, I want to pay attention to my business. I want to know what's going on with my business. Where are we at, right? And just by staying engaged, by attending these various webinars, lives, all these things, then it keeps me abreast as to, what's going on and what's the latest. So these are simple things that we as brand ambassadors can do. We can make a list, of, what? When this company puts me in a position whereby I have access, right, to resources that I never had access before, what are some things that I would like to do? Are there any charities out there that I'd want to donate to? And I can go research these charities from now, right? Then, it doesn't have to be a major charity. It could be a community organization, right? It could be something that's grassroots, but it's something that you believe in, right? And so as you research these different ideas, you just make a list. And so that when the time comes, okay, this is what I'm going to be doing, right? Maybe you want to start that business that you always wanted to have. Maybe you have a burning desire, to be a barber, let's say, right? And so, you decide to put things together so that when you have access, you know what I mean? I know people who have actually gone out and look at office buildings where they want to have an office space, you know what I mean? Because they want to do XYZ business, right? When they're in a position to do so. You know what I mean? People have looked at real estate, looked at property that they want to purchase, neighborhoods that they want to live in. There's so much that we can be doing, folks, right now. Now, don't make no commitments now, okay? Don't go spend money, based upon expectations or anything like that. Not at all. But you can make plans, though. You know what I mean? Maybe you want to create a foundation. So you explore, well, how do I go about doing that? You know what I mean? How would I set up a foundation that I want to have, because I want to be able to donate money to this causes, you know what I mean? But I want to have my own foundation. What are the steps? How do I go about doing something like that? So you can make plans, you can prepare, right, for what's coming down the road. You understand? Without making commitments, financial commitments. Don't get yourself tied up into anything, but you can certainly, do the groundwork. You know what I mean? And all of that. People have lots of great ideas and things they want to do, right? Different collaborations, that they want to, accomplish. Again, we can do all the groundwork, folks. You know what I mean? But definitely, I think at the top of the list is to stay engaged. It doesn't take much of our time to do so. No one is saying that you need to come on the Dream Team webinar and sit here for 5 hours every Sunday. No one is saying that, right? But certainly you want to be up to speed as to what's going on. And I think that's going to help you. It's going to build up your confidence in your business. It's going to give you a greater trust and appreciation for what it takes to make sure that this great company of ours delivers, so that we accomplish all of our dreams. It's important, folks. You have to be engaged. Don't treat it as just one of those things. And yeah, you know what? Yeah, when you start making money and it's time to make money, give me a call and then I'll pay attention then. It shouldn't be like that. If you're someone who actually cares about other people, then I don't think that would be your attitude. You know what I mean? Because if that's your attitude in one thing, chances are there's other areas in your life where you have the same type of attitude, right? It's really important to develop good habits, right? It really is. People want to be successful in life. They have good habits. You know what I mean? Find anyone who you believe is a successful person. You know what I mean? Check their habits. Check some of the things that they do. You know what I mean? That person is not somebody who sleeps in bed 12 hours a day. You know what I mean? They probably don't even get 8 hours sleep a day. You know what I mean? Check their habits, right? They're probably someone who, do a lot of research, do a lot of reading. You know what I mean? Highly successful people have successful habits, right? And successful people leave clues. Okay? No one is successful in a vacuum. You know what I mean? They leave clues. How did that person get there? How did they were able to accomplish this, that? You know what I mean? There's clues, and we can follow that, right? Without having to spend thousands of dollars and having this person mentor you and all this other fancy stuff. All that's not necessary. You know what I mean? But you can certainly find clues and look at people's lifestyle, and find someone, or multiple people that are going in the direction that you want to go in. You know what I mean? And so you stick close to those individuals, and sometimes the crumbs is enough. You know what I mean? Crumbs, and not necessarily money, but the knowledge that is disclosed, the knowledge that is shared, the information. You know what I mean? You can glean from that stuff, and all of a sudden that transforms the way you start to think. The habits that you have in life. You'll be amazed how that actually works, right? So there's a lot that we can do as brand ambassadors. You certainly want to stay in a positive frame of mind, even if you don't know certain things and you don't know the full facts. And everybody, well, why don't we know everything? And why don't would you want to know everything, and then by everyone knowing everything, then puts the company at great risk? Is that what people want? You know what I mean? Again, we talk about choices, right? Right. People want to know everything, and then you say, okay, here's everything, and then they take that information now, and based upon what they do with that information, it destroys everything. And then you say, oh, well, you shouldn't have told us everything. You know what I mean? Right? That's people. That's human nature. That's real talk, right? So to me, when it's time for us to know everything and know all the facts, and all that will be divulged to us. You know what I mean? So we don't need to engage in that part of it, but certainly put ourselves in a position, right, so that when it's time to move forward, we're prepared for that. You know what I mean? It doesn't come as a shock. I've had people say, "Oh, I tried to log into the OES and I couldn't get in." Like, where have you been? You know what I mean? Where have you been? Right? What's going on? Could you? And they want me to send them back the link for them to be able to get in. I'm like, what? Right? And so on. You know what I mean? So it's amazing, folks. But the bottom line is that there's things that all of us can do in our own way. And again, choices. You can choose what you do from what you don't do. You know what I mean? If you don't want to attend any webinar, then don't. It's a choice. If you want to attend all of them, then do. It's a choice. You know what I mean? If you want to make plans, certainly make plans. If you don't want to make plans, don't make plans. It's up to you, folks. No one is here to dictate to you what you should and shouldn't do. We're all adults. You know what I mean? We can make our own decisions. But at the end of the day, all of us want to be successful. We all want to win. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do everything that's in my power to ensure that I've prepared myself, that I put myself in a position to win, and not just win, but win big. I'm not here to win small. You know what I mean? Many, many times I've stated that, if all OnPassive was going to do for me is make me a couple $100 a month, I just wouldn't join. I would not be here, folks. I just wouldn't. What's that going to do for me? Right? It isn't going to do anything for me. Right? It really isn't. Right? I can say, here are my bills. Okay, you go take that $200 and see which one you can pay with that. You understand? It's not going to do anything, folks. You know what I mean? My kids them got bigger bills than that, right? So again, everyone's here for a different reason. By all means, I'm just talking about myself personally, right? Everyone is here for a different reason. Everyone has different goals. But the bottom line is that collectively, right, OnPassive will do everything that each and every one of us is looking for. You see, there's a difference in it, well, it's a multi-level marketing company. Well, we know the stats on multi-level marketing company. We know that everyone can't win in a multi-level marketing company. That's factual, folks. We know that the majority of people cannot win in a multi-level marketing company. It is what it is. I got nothing against multi-level marketing companies, right? I think network marketing and all that stuff is great. You know what I mean? And it's a viable way for people to generate an income stream. Absolutely. But will everyone win, though? That's what we're talking about. No, absolutely not. The majority will not. We're talking about 60% or more will not win, right? It is what it is. Okay, it's just simple math, folks. You know what I mean? It's just simple math, right? So we understand that. So, and this is why OnPassive isn't that. Because if it was, okay, why are we going to be any different, right? But you know what, though? If you have a business and your business is making sales, you can scale that up, right? So, hey, I made 10 sales this month. Okay, maybe next month you make 100 sales. You understand? Every single person, because every business can make sales. Absolutely, right? If you have 100 stores, right, and each of those 100 stores have customers, right? Okay, every single one of those stores is making money because they have customers. Right? So that's what it's all about, is customers. But you need to find a way. Look at Apple. What does Apple have? They have customers. Microsoft, customers. You understand? Right? Amazon, customers. Okay, so why can't OnPassive have customers? Don't these companies make billions of dollars? You understand? Right? Okay, so OnPassive can make billions of dollars, but it's just how the money is shared. Right? How is it distributed? You understand? Instead of going into the hands of just a few people, it doesn't have to be that way. Right? You could make a sale of $50 and one person could earn that $50. Or you could make the same sale, same $50, but you can find a way that 10 people benefit from that, or 5 people benefit from that, or 7. You understand? It doesn't have to be that only one person benefit. Okay, perfectly legal. You understand, folks? Right? It can be done, right? Pick any sales business, it can be done, right? A lot of people who sell life insurance, for example, a sale is made and more than one person benefits from that sale. You understand? Which perfectly legal, right? That's just how it works. Take any businesses out there that's selling a product. Okay, you sell a lettuce at the store. Okay, more than one person is benefiting from that one sale. You understand? You've got, manufacturers, and you've got producers, and you've got people who ship this. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of different individuals that benefit from that one sale. It's just how is the model that you choose, to build your business with. Okay, but the bottom line, again, I'll circle back again in that all of us have a choice as to how we choose to wait, how we choose to be patient, how we choose to plan for the future, how we choose to conduct ourselves, right? We all want to govern ourselves accordingly. There's no doubt about that, right? But it's come back to choice. All right.
Oh my goodness, wonderful, wonderful. Nobody explains it, nobody says it better than you. Thank you, Brother Michael. I'll pass it over to Queen Sister Julie for your own question.
Wow. Thank you, Sister Candler. Brother Michael, the more you go on, the more you're just erasing all of my questions. So I'm trying to figure out, what can I ask this man now? Anyway, thank you for being on this wonderful platform with us today. Let me go this way. Our CEO, Mr. Ash, has been out here consistently in different webinars, different platforms, informing us and keeping us abreast, having meaningful dialogue with us on the state of the company. Yet we have founders, sadly to say, who are dropping out. They're no longer interested. Some of them are still sitting on the fence at this stage of unpassive. How can we use this moment of what we hear from our CEO? How can we use this moment of challenge into educational opportunities to grow mentally, emotionally stronger, rather than present negativity and false opinion about our company? We have in Unpassive a saying, Unpassive is for everyone, but not everyone is for Unpassive. Please share your wisdom on this, please. Thank you.
Okay, oh, you guys are good. You know that, right? It's like I need to come prepared when I come to this webinar. My gosh, I think you guys have too many educators or something, or maybe it's the water you guys are drinking. But you guys always have some difficult questions and some thought-provoking questions that, that, wow, it can't be, well, how much money we're going to make? It can't be something as simple as that. Oh, dear. Well, this is good, though. This is good. It stimulates the brain. Again, I think the majority of people are, let's say, simple-minded. Okay, and I don't mean it in a negative way, right? Well, maybe I do, but most people are simple-minded. Okay, and what I mean by that is that they don't think deeply, right? It's very superficial. They're just on the surface, right? I put my money in this thing, so I expect to make money. Like that's the mindset, right? They don't actually try to understand, how do you actually make money in anything for that matter, right? You know, it's like somebody goes and they, oh, I'm going to buy some Bitcoin. And so because they hear, you know, Bitcoin, 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 everybody's making money, blah, 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 all this fancy stuff. So they just throw some money and go buy some Bitcoin. But they don't understand how does money actually is made where that is concerned. So if they don't make no money or they lose their money or whatever, they're like, oh, you know, oh, it must have been a scam, right? Because they didn't understand that, well, markets go up and markets go down, right? So you can make and you can also lose. So they don't take the time to understand, well, what makes the price? What drives the price up, right? So now you have to understand supply and demand. You know what I mean? Like people just don't take the time to understand things. They just look at it from a superficial way in that I throw money into something, so I must make money, that's it. They don't believe that there's time involved and, you know, there's so much, right? But let's keep it on the business, right? When you're a startup, when you're just getting things, you know, going, you know, people have to understand, well, what does it take, right? What are we actually trying to accomplish? We're trying to accomplish a business whereby every single person is successful, first and foremost, right? Not 70%, not 90%, not 8%, you know what I mean? We want every single one. Okay. So in order for that to happen, to me, the only way that you can have that is you have to be able to do the business for other people. They can't do it themselves, right? And I think if you've listened to some of the stuff I said this past week, you know, I think I've shared some of that in that, you know, when you come into a business, you're coming in with whatever skill sets you have, right? You're not coming in and then you get all this new skill set. You're coming in with what you have, right? You come in with your past experiences, right? And so the challenge has always been that people join these companies, and I go back to what I said earlier, in that they can't sell. Because if all of us could sell, we can join any business and we will make money, right? Any business. It wouldn't even matter what the business is. As long as it was legal, as long as it was legit, you know what I mean? We can join it and we're good for years to come, right? But the reality is that we just don't have that ability. You know what I mean? If you're a nurse, right? You went to school, you got your nursing degree, you're out there working at the hospital or whatever, right? That's what you do. That's what you know. You know what I mean? So you know how to, you know, maybe you know how to give meds, right? Because not all nurses know how to do that, right? But you know, maybe you're in a position, or you've taken a certain course or whatever, so you're able to do that, so you can administer medication, right? And so you know how to do that. You know what I mean? You know how to, you know, if the patient needs to get a sponge bath or whatever, right? You know how to take care of patients. You know how to do the things that nurses do, right? But that hospital they don't have you as the person that's out there selling, you know, medical equipment. You know what I mean? Because you're not a salesperson, right? Even if you have a nursing degree, right? You still don't have the knowledge to be able to sell the equipment, even if you understand how the equipment works. You understand? You may have, you know, you're really smart, you know exactly how this particular machine works, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But you still don't have the sales skill. You know what I mean? You still can't sell, folks, right? You could be an engineer, right? So you went to school, did your thing, you come out, you know, you're an electrical engineer, whatever, right? Maybe you went on to get a master's. You know what I mean? Like you're a really, really smart person is what I'm trying to get at, right? You know, maybe you're a physicist, whatever, right? A really smart person. So even though you're so smart, it doesn't mean that you can sell, right? Selling has nothing to do with how smart you are. You understand? You could have someone who went to grade 6. They have a grade 6 education. You know what I mean? And they can sell like nobody's business. You know what I mean? Right? So it has nothing to do with, well, I'm super smart, I'm a genius, my IQ is this, I've got PhD, this D, blah, blah. Nothing to do with any of that stuff, folks, right? You just have some people just have that ability, you know what I mean? Because it's a skill, right? And it's also an art, you know what I mean, right? And again, we can throw in science as well, right? Because you can break down selling in such a way that it becomes a science, right? And you just go to work, right? So it's nothing to do with any of that. So when we get involved into a business and we don't understand how the business work, right, then it's easy for us to walk away. It's easy for us not to appreciate it, right? But when we realize that, wait a minute now, Tom, you joined 10 businesses before, and you failed every single time. Why did you fail every time? Oh, the company was bad. Oh, the compensate. No. That has nothing to do with any of that. You just can't sell. So face the fact that you don't know how to sell. So therefore, if you get into a job where you have to sell, like think about that, folks. How can you get involved in a job where you have to sell, you don't know how to sell, but yet you expect to succeed? How does that work? Wouldn't make any sense now, would it? Right? In anything for that matter, right? And so when people don't understand, then they just take the easy way out by saying, it's garbage. Oh, it's no good. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, this. But how can it work for other people, right? But it's not working for you, and then you're going to say it doesn't work. No, it may not work for you. It doesn't mean it doesn't work, okay? So I believe when we help people to understand how OnPassive works, when we take Catmo and we break it down for them, right? Which, again, if they're paying attention, they should know all of this stuff because we have broken it down for them, right? And so when they take that acronym and they, okay, well, what's the C? Okay, complete. You know what I mean? And so, well, what do you mean complete? If it's not complete, if it's not finished, then how can you have Catmo? It isn't finished. It's not complete, right? Okay, what's the T for? Oh, traffic, targeted traffic. Okay, do you have that? No. Then how can you have Catmo? You understand, folks? Right? Like it's not rocket science, but we just have to take the time to break things down and understand what our business is all about. And then we can appreciate, oh, so when we have this, and this, oh, we're going to have Catmo. Yes. Okay, I get it now. But I thought we launched in September of 2023. I thought we launched last year. Weren't we starting to sell? Yes, we had the ability to sell, but we didn't launch. We didn't have Catmo. It wasn't complete. It wasn't automated. We didn't have no targeted traffic. You understand? So you can't say that, right? You have to have everything in place, folks. You know what I mean? When you have everything in place, then you're good to go, right? I don't know if people understand a triple jump, right? Hey, it's Olympics, right? So in the triple jump, okay, person got to run down the runway, right? Then they got to hop, right? Come back down on the same foot that they took off on, right? Then they got to step, right? So they have to alternate their feet now, right? And then they're going to jump into the pit. If that person comes down and they just hop and then jump into the pit, doesn't work, doesn't count. Okay, you understand? That wasn't a triple jump, right? If they come in a triple jump and they run down the runway and they just jump off the board into the pit, it's not a triple jump. It doesn't count. You understand? I saw the Canadian woman. Oh dear, was it shot put? Or was it discus? Whichever one it was. But my point, right, is that she was going in, and she was the favorite to win, by the way, for the gold. And she went in, she completed her throw, and the throw was enough to have gotten her the gold medal. But guess what? In her spin, She stepped over the line, so it didn't count. She already released. Again, I really don't remember if it was a discus or if it was a shot put, but she released it. Okay, so it's already gone. And in her continuation, after it's already gone out of her hands, she still managed. Again, it was wet, because it was raining, right? She managed to step up. So can you imagine? She did this. That would have gotten her gold if she was just inches away from keeping her foot inside the line. But it doesn't count. You understand? So it doesn't. So folks, it doesn't matter if you know how to do something, right? If you don't execute, if you can't do it correctly, it just doesn't count. So she ended up finishing 12th. Okay, she finished 12th. She didn't even make the finals. Finals, they take the top 8. She didn't even make the finals. The winning throw was 20 meters, like 20 flat, right on the dot. That was the winning throw. Her throw was beyond 20. You understand? So she would have walked away with gold. So instead of walking away with gold, she walked away with nothing, because you don't get nothing for 12th place. Okay, right? It's first, second, and third, and that's it, right? Gold, silver, bronze. So, right. So it's the same thing with our business, right? You have to know what is needed. You have to know what has to be done in order for you to generate the money that you're looking for. Because if you don't know, then how do you function? You understand, folks? So you have to know. So I think it's important to educate people if they don't know, right? Because we can't assume, we can't just make assumptions. Sometimes they honestly just don't know. I've never been part of a business before. I don't know how it works. Okay, no problem. In our case, they should, because we've been saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. We've been repeating ourselves long enough that every single person that's in on passive should understand the business and model of on passive. Again, it comes back to choices. Some people choose not to pay attention, right? Just tell me when we're making money. Just tell me when I can log in and there's money just sitting in my account, I can go withdraw it. That's all I want to know. Which is the wrong attitude, it's the wrong mindset. I'm telling you, you're not going to appreciate it, folks. That's why lottery winners don't appreciate what they have. And so they end up making bad choices, okay, and end up losing all their money. Can you imagine you end up winning, $5 million, $10 million, $20 million, and then you lose it? There are people who've lost $400 million. How in the world you lose $400 million? $400 million. Go talk to Mike Tyson. He'll tell you. Okay? Right? There are people who've lost 50 million and so on and so forth. Right? And you're thinking to yourself, man, if I had just 1 million, are you kidding me? I'll be set for the rest of my life. But folks, easy come, easy go. Right? When we don't appreciate something, you know what I mean? When we don't appreciate something and then we lose it and then we can't get it back. Right? So we have a great business on passive. We need to, that's what we talk about, the journey. Appreciate the journey, folks. Appreciate it, right? So when your blessing comes, when your reward comes, right, you're going to cherish it. You're going to hold on to it. You're going to make sure that you make wise decisions with it. Most people don't understand money. It's amazing that they don't teach finance in like high school, never mind university. But in high school, they want to teach you, English. You already speak English. What am I taking English for? But 4 years, right, here in Canada, grade 9, 10, 11, 12, okay, you've got to take an English class. Why? Makes no sense to me, right? Makes no sense, right? I'd want to make sure people have a good financial understanding. That's what they should be learning grade 9, 10, 11, 12, how to manage their finances, right? But nope, you're going to learn English. But I speak English. I've been speaking English all my life. Doesn't matter, right? We see what kids them do. Texting, they can't even write a proper sentence these days. But yet, I got a 90 in English. You know what I mean? Makes no sense, right? But anyways, right? The point is that people have to, pay attention, take the time, get themselves educated, And again, folks, when we talk about education, we're not talking about, get some textbooks and, I mean, it's not like that. It's just we're having discussions, having little chats. We're able to ask questions, get our questions answered, simple things that everyone can engage in. Not, it doesn't, you don't need one person to have all the answers. We're helping each other, right? It's a co-op, right? We're cooperating with each other to help each other get to our desired destination. To me, that's the best way to succeed in life, is when you can work together with a group of people and get there together, not getting there by yourself. It's much harder when it's by yourself. It's much harder when you try to do it alone. But when you have a collective effort, it's much easier and it's more fun. Think about it. Do you have more fun by yourself, or do you have more fun in a group? Right? You have more fun. You're going to throw a party and you're going to throw a party of one? Like, really? How does that work? You know what I mean? You want to have more people around you and so on and so forth. And especially people that are like-minded, especially people that are, you guys are thinking alike. You guys want the same things in life. You know what I mean? If you had children, I mean, would you want your child to go marry someone who doesn't think the way the family thinks? You know what I mean? Again, assuming that, you're a good family, you think, all the right thoughts and so on, right? Because if my family was, I'm not sure I want that person to think like my family, right? But assume that, all is good, right? Think about that, right? So that's what we're talking about. You know what I mean? You want to be able to have that group of people, which is what we have in On Passive for the most part, right? Folks, don't get me wrong. The majority of people that are in On Passive are positive-minded individuals, okay? But it's always the one and two. It's always the few, you know what I mean, that make it seem like, oh my gosh, everybody's negative. No. The vast majority of people are great individuals, people that I would socialize with. You know what I mean? The vast majority of people in here, so it's so don't take it the wrong way, or don't think that we believe that the majority of people on Passive are just like, no, quite the opposite. You know what I mean? But because we say everyone wins, so then we want everyone that's in, not everyone in the world, but everyone that's in, we want us to have the same mindset, want us to be going in the same direction, right? And so that we can accomplish great things together. Because guess what? When I want to do a collaboration, who do I want to collab with? Fellow people that are in On Passive. You know what I mean? If I have a great idea and, oh man, I'm thinking of doing this, well, who do I want to come and talk to? Right? I want to go talk to Dr. Derek. I want to go talk to Dr. P. I want to go talk to our dear sister Yvonne and Canla. You know what I mean? I want to talk to people that are in On Passive, that are motivated. You know what I mean? Dr. Benny and so on. You know what I mean? We want to talk to people that are motivated, going in the right direction. And that's who we want to work with. It only makes sense. Why am I going to work with somebody over here who've never paid attention? They have no clue what's going on, and say, hey, come, let's put this foundation together and let's go make this happen for these children over here. Why would I, you know what I mean? You wouldn't want to do that, right? It wouldn't make any sense, right? So yes, education is important, but not for people to think that, oh my gosh, I got to go back to school again. No, not everybody enjoys school. I love school, by the way, right? But not everybody enjoyed it. I had a great time in school. Right? School was fun. My kids, they're like, school is boring. I'm like, what? You don't get to put people in lockers and all this fun stuff? Just kidding. Right? Right? So the point is, if we educate each other, if we help each other understand what On Passive is really about and how we're going to make the money, right? Because like I said, that's why we're here, right? If they understand that, we don't need to throw numbers out. We didn't say, okay, you're going to make $1 million, you're going to make 100,000. It's not about the numbers, because no matter what, if you can make $1, folks, if you can make just $1, you can make $1 million, right? It really is that simple. Not easy, but certainly simple, okay? If you know how to make $1, if I can take this pen and go sell it for $1, okay, I'll go sell them 1 million pens, okay? It's simple. Is it easy though? Right? Especially if you can't sell, it's not easy. You know what I mean? But when it comes to on passive, though, because of how it's set up and how things will work for people, then yes, if a sale in on passive gets you $1, then it is possible to make $1 million. It's a matter of scaling. Okay, it's a matter of scaling. If I drive enough traffic, enough sales will be made. Okay, I want more money than what? Okay, I drive more traffic. Well, I want more money. I'll drive more traffic. You understand? That's all it is, folks. Right? Think about it. You have a grocery store, right? You have a grocery store, and you have 100 people come inside that grocery store, and let's say 10% buys. So 10 people bought. Okay, so if I want 20% to buy, right? I need to be able to entice them, find a way to make more. That's one way of doing it. Or if I go get 100 more people to come in, so now I got 200, still the same 10%, but guess what? Now I got 20 that bought. So the more traffic I bring in is the more results I actually get. You understand? And if I want more than 20, okay, I'm just going to bring another 100 more in. So now I got 300 coming in, still the same 10%. I didn't increase my percentage. I didn't increase my success rate, still the same 10%. But now I've got 30. So you see how I'm scaling up by just more traffic, more traffic, more traffic. You understand? So if I made $1 and I want to make more $1, well, I increase my traffic. My traffic is my front end. I increase the front end, it will take care of the back end. The back end is the money that goes into your pocket. You understand? It's simple, folks, right? It really is, but it's not easy, because if it was easy, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now, okay? Right? So it's not easy, right? But it certainly is simple. And on passive will make it easy for you. Understand? That's the difference. On passive will make it easy for you. Why? Because we can automate stuff. We can use technology. You understand? That's the difference, right? That is the difference. It's no different than, okay, if I want to send out 1 million emails a day, well, I know I can't go log into my Gmail account and do that. They'll disable your account in a minute, right? But hey, you know what? If I have multiple servers, different IP addresses, and all this fancy stuff, get a bulk mailer, I can go send out that many emails. Absolutely. You understand? By using what? Technology, by using software. See how that works, folks? Right? So it can be done if you know how to do it. The company knows how to do it. We don't have to worry about how to do it. The company's got that part covered, right? So all we have to do is just position ourselves, right? Position ourselves by paying attention. And when it's time to move forward, we're going to be good to go, right? Even better than how we were, right? Even better. That's the beauty about it. That's one of the things that gets me excited, because it's going to be even better. Yes, it's going to be even better. So that's a good thing. Do I want it to be the same? No, I want it to be better than how it was. You understand? Because that's going to produce more rewards for people, right? More people are going to be happy because it's going to be better than how it was, right? So that's a good thing. Sometimes, adversity comes in order for us to grow, right? Not all the time, but sometimes adversity comes and we grow. Because guess what? Sometimes we're complacent. You know what I mean? We're comfortable. And all of a sudden something comes in and now it makes you think, right? Something comes and it makes you think, right? Okay, I need to solve this problem now, right? All along, I'm just taking, oh, yeah, I got this. And all of a sudden, poof, here comes, take math, for example. You're doing well. And all of a sudden, boom, all of a sudden now you get to grade 12, you're taking calculus. Oh, man, whew, right? Okay, it's not easy. You know what I mean? You've been doing, algebra, data management, even functions, right? But then you get to calculus now. That's a whole different animal, right? Okay. And so on and so forth. So the point is, you were comfortable all along, but all of a sudden now something comes to challenge you, to make you think. And guess what? You're able to grow, right? You're able to succeed by putting more effort in. You understand? Because that's usually what happens to people who take calculus, right? Physics is another one that comes to mind, right? Yeah, you're doing a little biology, you're doing chemistry. Yeah, sure, no problem. But all of a sudden, here comes physics now, right? Or advanced physics, right? And it's going to make you put that thinking cap on, right? You understand? It's not easy, but hey, others have done it, so why not you? Right? Others have mastered it. Others have walked out with a 90%, whatever, 88%, whatever. You know what I mean? So hey, if they can do it, why not you? It's called effort, right? Effort. And so here we have on passive that's saying, you know what, guys, we will do the effort. We're going to do all that heavy lifting for you. We're going to take care of the calculus and the physics for you. You know what I mean? And you get to walk out there with a nice report card showing, hey, yeah, look, I got a 4.0, right? You know, if you're in Canada, hey, I got a 95%. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about. Can you imagine that? Yeah, let's talk about school. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that every single one of us is an A student? Huh? Think about your children, them, and every single one of them come home and A. They're all A students. How proud you'd be, right? You'd be like, what the? Right? Are they giving away marks for free at school? What's going on? You know what I mean? But all of them come, right? Think about that, right? And so that's the idea, right? That's the idea in that on passive now is going to take care of all the heavy lifting so that every single one of us walk out with an A, right? That's what we mean when we say all of us win, right? I know the kids them say C get degrees, right? Yeah, right? But I don't want my child to come home with a C. Yeah, but I went to university and I got my degree and yeah, but I know because you know what? Who would you want to be operating on you? You're gonna want that surgeon that they got their degree, you know what I mean? Right? But yeah, they probably got a C, they still pass, right? Or you're gonna want that surgeon that actually got an A, you know what I mean? They're top of their class, right? That's who I want to be performing the surgery on me, right? So it's the same idea, right? We want to have a company that, top of their class, right? A company that's producing A students, left, right, and center, just A students, A students, A. That's what we want, and that's what we have it on passive, right? So if we can understand that, then you make it fun, folks. You have to make work fun. You know what I mean? No one wants to get up in the morning, I got to go to my job again, right? But if the workplace was fun, was inviting, you can't wait to get there. You know what I mean? You get there early. You get there before the door is even open. You know what I mean? Because you're so excited to get there. That's how you want your business to be. You know what I mean? You want your business to be like that, right? When if you have someone that's doing a presentation, you know what I mean? And like, oh man, that's my favorite presenters presenting today. Like you're just there. Like you just can't wait to get there because you know what is going to happen. You have a restaurant, your favorite restaurant, and man, every time I go there, woo, boy, my belly feels good, right? You can't wait to get, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. You're in a relationship, same thing. You can't wait to meet up with your partner and so on and so forth, right? You understand, folks? That's on passive. And I see it in people's faces when people come to a webinar and they're smiling, they're happy, and you know what I mean? Right? So that's what you want in life. That's what we have in on passive. We have a fun environment. We have an exciting place. We have lots of great people. And so if you don't want to be a part of this, shame on you. Like that says something about you, not about on passive. It says something about you that you don't want to be somewhere that is fun, somewhere that is exciting, somewhere that's actually want to help people. You don't want to be there. You'd rather be over here where they don't care about nobody. All they care about is themselves, right? Where people just lose and lose and lose and lose. And so you want to be, listen, if you're around a bunch of losers, what does that make you? No. You're that one winner that's around everybody else who's a loser, right? Come on. You know what I mean? Right? Everybody wants to associate themselves with winners. It is what it is, right? Right? It is what it is. You know what I mean? So if I know if I'm going to join a team, I want to join a winning team. I'm not necessarily running and, you know what I mean? And, oh man, I can't wait to go join that losing team. Hey, let's go, right? You want to go join that winning team. Everybody wants to win. Again, Olympics. Everybody wants that gold medal, right? I see people get silver and they're disappointed, But you got silver. You're second best in the world. Oh man, I should have gotten gold. Hey, some people got robbed, but hey, that's another story, right? The bottom line is that we have a great environment in On-Passive, and we should just help people have fun. Don't make it difficult for them. Don't bat them over the head because they can't see what you see. You know what I mean? Let your action. Let them see how excited you are, right? Let them see that, man, I just can't wait to go. Yes, I know we can't log into the site, but man, when that site comes back, whoo, right? Can't wait to see exactly what all the changes have been and where are we going and what's the next step. I can't wait for that because that's contagious, folks. You know what I mean? Your attitude is contagious, right? Whether it's negative or positive, it's still contagious. You know what I mean? So, and I don't mean to be fake, right? I'm not talking about being fake. If you're not excited about On-Passive, please don't come and, oh, yeah. Don't do it, right? Don't. You know what I mean? Because to me, that's even worse, right? Be yourself. Be true to yourself. If you don't believe in it, don't believe in it. It's okay. Again, choices. It's okay, right? And no one should fault you for not believing. Like, we shouldn't look at people and say, oh, man, I can't believe you don't believe in On-Passive. What's wrong with you? And we shouldn't do that either. We really shouldn't. Because it's their choice, right? It's their choice. If they choose not to be positive about them, it's okay. It's not going to change your level of success. It's not going to make you any less successful because, your friends or your family or whomever don't believe in On-Passive. It has no impact whatsoever. So then why should I let it bother me? That's on you, right? You know what I mean? But when you see me shining, though, right? Don't come and, you know what I mean? Right? Right? Because you had your opportunity, right? You had your opportunity, right? So, again, let's practice. We want the best for everybody, and we want to do our best to point them in the right direction, to show them what this great company is all about and what it will do for them in the end. That's what we want to do, right? So always shine that positive light and let people be. You know what I mean? Let them be. Sometimes, they have to see it for them to actually believe it. And it's okay. You know what I mean? There was a guy named Thomas, right? So sometimes we just have to let people see it for themselves. And, and that person, they may start out late as far as their belief level goes. But when they get it, though, hey, they could be a spark plug. They could be on fire. You know what I mean? Right? There was a guy named Paul. Okay. So anyways, let's move on. All right. Back to you, Kanla. Back to you.
Wow.
Or that was Julie Pierre. That was your question. Sorry.
You said it
Yes,
so
no,
well,
Sister Julie
Brother
Pierre will
Michael.
continue with the follow-up.
You said it so well. You keep us captivated. And yes, On-Passive has turned us into A students. You are one of them. We can't get enough of you. We can listen to you for hours and hours. My next question to you. We know what it is to be a true brand ambassador of On-Passive. We have responsibilities, and we also need to reflect our CEO's ethics and company values, especially during this trying times that On-Passive has been going through. For those of us who believe, those of us who are Christians, and I'm not here to offend anyone, but for those who are believers, we know that the wheat must be sifted from the weeds. Don't you think that this is a period of time that On-Passive is going through, sifting, because not everybody will be able to keep up with the journey of On-Passive? Do you think that this is a sifting time with founders? Thank you.
Well, you know what? Sometimes your closest friends are your worst enemies. Okay? Sometimes your closest friends are your worst enemies, right? And so, we have to be mindful in life, right? We have to be mindful in life. You have people that be, oh yeah, we love you, oh yes, oh you're the best, you're the greatest, oh my gosh, oh wow, you know what I mean? And as soon as things are not going the way they want it to go, they're the first one to say, hey, that guy's a son of a gun, and that, you know what I mean? All sorts of stuff that they throw at you. Oh, he's a scammer, he's a this, he's a that, blah blah blah, all these things, right? It's human being, you know what I mean? The evil exists, right? It's important that people know, regardless of what you believe in, evil does exist. There is something called evil, right? You can call it whatever name you want to call it, but evil does exist, right? And you have some people that are just evil. You know what I mean? Can you imagine that you want to change the world for the better, right? Your desire is to see people, living a better life, having a higher standard of living, right? You want to see people with all the basic, because sometimes we take for granted the basic necessities of life. Some people believe that there's nobody starving around the world. Everybody goes to bed on a full stomach. Everybody's got, proper shelter over their head. You know what I mean? There are people, millions of people at that, who actually believe that's the case. And they don't think that people are out there, in bad circumstances, like really bad circumstances, until, you're able to see it, right? Like I said, we go on YouTube and we look at a lot of different stuff, and I've talked about, worse roads, to travel for school and stuff like that. There's some people that have it hard. You know what I mean? My kids, them jump in a bus and go to school, or they get driven to school. You know what I mean? If they need to go somewhere, I'm trying to think. Have they taken a public transportation? I'm not even sure if they have. Like that, you know what I mean? Like they're always getting driven to wherever they need to go to. So they're not worried about crossing some dangerous road or having to canoe to get to the other side of the bank to continue their journey to school. You know what I mean? Going up some, really bad hillside. You know what I mean? But we've seen that there are real people that have to go through that in life. You understand? And here you have people who have access, billions of dollars, that if they decided to give away half of what they have, it would have no negative impact on their lifestyle. And yet they refuse to do that. They rather have more and more and more and more, right? Like, to me, that's evil, right? Again, I'm not saying that people should work all their life just to give everything away. Not at all. Hear what I'm saying? You've got people who are billionaires, mega billionaires, multi-billionaires, that if they gave away 50% of what they have, it would not negatively impact their standard of living. They're still going to have a mansion. They're still going to have their plane. They still would have their yacht. You know what I mean? They're still going to have all these things. But yet they choose not to. They choose to just hoard it. But they do have foundations and they do give. Do they? Compared to what they have? Right? When you're giving away 1%, 2%, like really? You still got 98%, buddy. You know what I mean? I think that's evil. If everyone had the basic standard of living, right? If everybody had, I'm not saying everybody should have no mansion. I'm not saying everybody should have no, 6,000 square foot home, right? I'm saying if people just had clean water to drink, right? If people had a proper shelter, so meaning when they go to bed at night, the bed is not getting wet because the roof have holes in it. You know what I mean? I'm talking about just the basic necessities. So if everybody had that, like, I'm good with that. And if you can go above and beyond that, hey, fantastic. All the power to you. Go make all the money in the world that you want. Hey, I have no issues with that. What I'm talking about is the fact, the reality that you have 5 to 6 billion, with a B, billion people on this planet that make less than $30 a day. Right? That's what they have to live on. You know what I mean? Less than $30 a day. Right? That's a lot of people. You know what I mean? And I believe that there are people who can help and they choose not to. Right? To me, that's just evil, because you have the power to be able to do so. So evil exists, folks, right? In various ways and forms. You know what I mean? Right? So we want to be able to put ourselves in a situation, right, that we are doing the best that we possibly can to help people. You know what I mean? Not to subtract from them, right? You want to see people thrive. You want to see people succeed, right? That's what you want. And then you have a company that says, you know what? This is what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that these people have the basic necessities. The company is not trying to make every person a millionaire. That's not what OnPassive is trying to do, right? But to be able to help us so that we in turn can help others. You know what I mean? And if you do that, that's how you go viral. That's how you help people right around the world. And then you will have those that are within that wants to destroy that. Like, really? You know what I mean? You've got some founders and they rather see OnPassive go down, right, than to succeed. Oh, well, it took too long, so I don't care at this point. I'm just going to destroy it. Right? Maybe you got staff. You know what I mean? But like I said, you've got your sometimes your closest friends, right? Those are the ones that will stab you in the back. Because guess what? They know all your secrets. They know everything about you. You know what I mean? Those are the people that you confide in. And they take all that information now and they turn it against you. You know what I mean? That's evil. You know what I mean? I look at you and I say, I love you, right? And all the time, all you want to do is destroy me. You know what I mean? You ever seen those family members that all of a sudden, you know, you're getting a little bit of success and all they want to do is just pull you down, right? But I gave you the same opportunity. You chose not to take it. It's not my fault. You understand me? Right? You have people that are like that, right? Or they're always finding something negative to say about you. You're out there doing your thing. You know what I mean? You're out there doing your thing. You're working hard, right? And they're the first one to say, yeah, but. What do you mean, yeah, but? You know what I mean? Right? Oh, but you know, oh, I was better, or if I had that opportunity, oh, I'll be even doing greater stuff than him or her. You understand me? You have people who think like that, as opposed to, man, good for you. Hey, I'm glad to see that you're shining. You know what I mean? Keep it up. Good job. You understand me? God bless you. Whatever. You understand? No, you have some folks that they just want to tear you apart for no good reason. Right? Again, because they are missing something. They're missing something in their lives, right? Maybe things are not going, maybe they don't have a great relationship. Maybe they're, you know, they got divorced, you know, and you're not divorced. So they're mad at you because I didn't cause your divorce though. Now, if I cause your divorce, that's a different story. You know what I'm saying? That would be different, right? But that isn't the case though. Right. So I'm saying we have people that are like that, that are just evil. So it's unfortunate. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate that the ones that are closest to you, they could be your worst enemy. Right. Now, again, I'm not saying, you know, all of your friends them are bad. Right. But, you know, we just have to be wise in today's climate, you know, especially with social media and all this stuff. And, you know, we just have to be wise. but we know that we have a CEO that is sincere, right? Like to the core, right? To the core. We have a CEO that means what he says, right? That is going to go to bat for every single. Listen, Ursia can say, you know what? Okay, we tried to do the founder thing and it's not working. So you know what? Sorry guys, we just have to just get rid of all of you guys. We just can't have it. It's too much work. It's just too much. It's causing too much problems. We're just gonna be, the next Amazon, and we're just gonna have CEO. We're gonna have maybe a board of directors, and that's about it. And everybody is gonna be an employee, and you know what I mean. And we're just gonna go sell our products, and we're good. We don't need to have any founding members and brand ambassadors, and we don't need all of that stuff, right? It's a pain in the butt, right? It's a choice. Choices, free will, okay, right? But he's made the choice that comes what may, we're going to make this thing work, right? Because is it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. Can we do it? Yes, we can, right? So let's make it happen. You know what I mean? Right? But yeah, certainly, sometimes adversity comes to show us who these people are, who's really for me, who's really supporting me. Sometimes you have to go down into that pit, you understand? To see who's willing to try and pull you out, to see who's willing to go down in the pit with you. You understand? Right? You know what I mean? And you come out shining together, right? Sometimes it comes so you can look around and see, oh, okay, now I see your true color. You know what I mean? So you know who to avoid, right? Who to not surround yourself with. I'm sure, a good amount of us, you know what I mean, can speak to that because we probably have experienced it in our own personal lives, right? Remember now, you don't choose your family, folks, right? Remember that, right? You didn't choose your parents, right? You didn't choose your siblings. You didn't choose your uncle, your aunt, cousins, you know what I mean? Grandparent, you didn't choose them. It wasn't your choice. Okay, that wasn't a choice. Okay, you know what I mean? But you can choose which one of your family members you associate with. You can't make that choice. So if I have a negative family member, you know what I mean, where they're just not progressive in life, they're not serious about life, they don't want to succeed in life, they don't want to excel, they're not going in a positive direction, they don't believe the same things I believe, all of this stuff, right? Okay, I just won't hang out with you. I mean, simple, right? It don't mean that I can't see you and say hi. Hey, how's it going? Right? And that's it. I may even give you a hug. Sure, why not? You know what I mean? And then I go about my business, right? But, I'm not going to be the first one picking up the phone and calling and say, hey, come on over. Let's come dine together. No. But I may see you somewhere. Hey, how's it going? Hey, okay, yeah. All right. Hey, have a nice day. You go on about your business. Choices, right? We can choose these things. You understand? Now, the person you marry now, well, in most cases, it's a choice, right? Hey, you made that bad mistake. So, I mean, consequences, right? Right? But you can also choose to stay or go, right? So choices, you know what I mean? Your friends, them, same thing, right? But yeah, when we're coming back to business though, right? Sometimes, challenges come, issues come, and your staff, can my staff overcome the challenges that we're faced with, right? Oh, the product is not working the way we want it to work. Do I have the right staff that can resolve that issue? Do they have the right background, the right experience, the right knowledge, right? And so when an issue comes with a product, let's say, and they can't solve it, well, they need to go. I need to get someone who can, you know what I mean, work as we need, right? So yes, by all means, we can look at this as a time for the company to kind of reflect on the direction that they're going in, to reflect on how, okay, are we on point to accomplish our vision, to accomplish the mission that we set out? Are we going in, or did we get thrown off track? You know what I mean? So all this is a good reflection, not just for us, but also from a corporate standpoint, right? So yeah, that's important. So sometimes it's a welcome, it's a welcome experience to go through challenges in life, for sure. You know what I mean? As I said, there's so many cases of people who've gone through adversities and they come out shining after. And I believe that on passive, by all means, will be shining after. There's no doubt about that, right? We've got something here that is special. Someone mentioned about a movement. That's what it is. It's more than just your average business. That's not what this is, folks. Think of what this company's trying to accomplish. Okay, that's not your average accomplishment. Like I said before, this isn't about helping you, Pius, to get an extra $200 a month in your pocket. That's not what this is about. You know what I mean? This isn't, to help you, Irene. You know what I mean? To put an extra $250 a month in your pocket. Like, that's not. Why go through all of this just to accomplish that? That doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. You know what I mean? But we have something that's life-changing. Life-changing. That's what all of us want. We want to be able to experience something that is life-changing, that's going to transform our financial situation, that is going to help us and help our children. It's going to help us and help our children's children. It's going to help us for generations to come. Because sometimes, okay, sometimes you have an experience, right, that is lasting, that it just lasts. And folks, let me throw in Bitcoins, right? Can you imagine that you got in back in 2011, huh? And you just bought just one, right? Back in 2011. You'd have paid pennies for it. Pennies. Huh? Can you imagine what your life would be today? You understand? Think about that. 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. Huh? Those first years. Can you imagine? Right? So think about that. Think about if you were that person in Apple, right? If you're part of that core, right? Part of the founding members of Apple, right? Microsoft, right? Think about that. You understand, folks? Because those are life-changing events. Life-changing events, right? If you were one of the first to get on the internet back in the day, and you're able to build a successful digital business these years later, huh? How would your life be? You understand? I believe that you'll be able to pick and choose where you want to live, right? Because in every country, there's always a good location. In every country, right? There's always a good location. You know what I mean? There's not everybody. Pick a country that's in turmoil right now. And I'm sure there's some folks in there that it doesn't even seem like they've been impacted by it because of their location. Think of in America, right? Think of a state where we know some cities in that state have a lot of crime, right? Chicago comes to mind, okay? As a city in the state of Illinois that have a lot of crime, right? But we also know that there's some wealthy people living in Chicago. It all depends on where. Okay? In Canada, take Toronto as an example. But we know in Toronto, you've got homes that are worth $20, $30 million. But in that same city, right, you got some people that are poor. You understand? It's all about location. You know what I mean? So even within a country, even within a city, right, you can have both extreme. You understand? So think of being in the position whereby on passive has helped you so that you can make that decision. You know, am I going to live in the south side of Chicago? Am I going to live on the east side, the west side? You know what I mean? Right? Where would you live? Right? California. Okay, LA. Okay, there's some places in LA that I'm not sure if I would go. Okay. But we also know that there's some very nice places there. You understand? Choices. So I believe that on passive will give us those choices where you can make a choice now as to where you choose to live. You can make a choice as to how you live. You know what I mean? You can make a choice as to where you can travel, how often you can travel, right? You can make a choice as to how you're going to live your retirement years. You know what I mean? There's some folks that are in their 70s. They can't retire. They can't afford to retire. And they're in their 70s, right? Think about that. You know what I mean? And yet we see some young kids in their 20s and they're millionaires. How does that work? Right? On passive is here to help people, right? Not to put people in a deficit, not to put people in a bad situation, not to subtract from them, okay? But to put them in a positive position to help them see their way out. You know what I mean? Sometimes sometimes it does take just a few bucks to keep somebody afloat. You know what I mean? I'm sure right now, if every single one of you got an extra $500 a month right now without you lifting a finger to generate it, without you having to exchange your time for it, I'm sure right now that extra $500 would help you. I'm sure. Some people more than others, right? If you live in India and you get an extra $500 US right now a month, you understand? Okay, that person would be forever grateful. Okay, now, if you live in Orange County, California, that extra $500 ain't gonna do nothing for you, unfortunately. Absolutely nothing. Okay, it just won't. You know what I mean? Right? There's just some places that, yeah, it can help, and there's others, but more than not, the majority of places, it would help. I can think of at least 100 countries where an extra $500 would go a long way. You know what I mean? The bottom line is, on passive is going to help people. It is going to help people. So we just have to continue to keep the faith, continue to, lock our arms with all the great founders and our CEO and all of that, knowing that our time is coming, right? It is coming. But sometimes it takes, again, I go back to the Olympics and Julie Pierre, right? She's all excited about the Olympics, right? You know what I mean? You understand? No one saw that coming, right? You understand? So, folks, sometimes you go through a drought, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you know what I mean? Haven't won anything. And all of a sudden, poof, right? You're on the world stage now, right? What was it, a gold and a silver, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, right, exactly, right? So, an island that has less than 200,000 people, right? Okay. And look what that island has produced. You know what I mean? Right? So, folks, that's on passive. That's on passive. When we think of all the people from 200 plus countries around the world, and to see that all these individuals who are involved in on passive will shine, right? Will shine where people didn't expect it. People didn't see it coming. People thought, oh, yeah, it's one of those things. Oh, yeah, that too shall pass, blah, blah, blah. Right? And all of a sudden, here comes on passive shining. You know what I mean? Even if we win by a nose, right? As long as we win, that's the bottom line. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Oh my goodness. Well, Michael, you just went right into the next question and you have explained it so much so that I am just going to turn it back to you to summarize it in a nutshell for us all to listen, because the next question was going to be for you to help us differentiate the unpassive ideology, the philosophy, the movement versus the rest of the industry. You just told us about how the 5% owns billions and billions and the selfishness with which not to share whatever it is. Nothing wrong with them acquiring the money. But what if just a fraction of that could be shared with others who are barely trying to survive, which is the model, which is the philosophy of unpassive? How beautiful would that be? The world will be in a better place and many more families and lives will be uplifted. So, I mean, you said it beautifully. So just sum it up for us. And that was going to be my question for you.
Well, I mean, just so everyone knows, right? I don't have these questions in advance. Okay? just so everyone knows. Okay, I don't.
And second that, we actually bring him here and just throw it at him, okay? We don't prepare him because we want it to be genuine, coming from the heart. Please, we don't send a question in advance. I support Brother Michael so that you know that.
Yeah, so I just show up and, whatever comes out, and, and I just hope that it helps us all. So, but with regards to that though, again, it comes back to mindset, right? It comes back to, what are you really trying to accomplish in life? You know what I mean? And I think the cares of life really get to people. You know what I mean? That people don't have time to actually sit, think, and to have deep thoughts, right? We are so busy just trying to make it, right? We Monday morning, you got to get up early, off to work. You know what I mean? By the time you come home, get something to eat, take a shower, boom, it's bedtime. You know what I mean? The next day, the same thing, and so on, right? All the way to Friday, right? Friday night, you get a breather because, okay, I don't have to go to work in the morning. But some people have to go to work on Saturdays, okay? So it just depends, right? And if they're not going to work on Saturdays, well, I got to go do my shopping, got to go buy grocery and all of that stuff, right? Then you have some people do their laundry on Saturdays, some people do their cleaning, you know what I mean? So we're just so caught up. Come Sunday, some people, again, have to work on Sundays because, as we know, some places are open for business on Sundays. You know what I mean? So we're just going around the clock. We don't have time for ourselves, right? No wonder families don't even know what their kids are engaged in. They don't know what's going on in their own home because just don't have the time. You're just so busy, and so I bring that up to say that people don't really think about how do I want to see my life? What is it that I really want to do in life? How do I want to spend my time? You know what I mean? All of us have 24 hours a day, every single one of us. Not one of us can say, well, I have 23 hours. Right? Not one of us can say, well, I have 25 hours. All of us have 24, the exact same amount of time. But what do you do with that time, though? You know what I mean? And so we don't have the time whereby, you know what? I'm going to take this day to just sit, reflect. We don't. We don't have hours even to say, okay, every day I'm going to spend 1 hour doing this, where I'm just relaxing. I'm just, having deep thoughts. I'm just trying to think about the deeper things in life. Majority of people just don't have that. And so when you don't have that now, you develop that mindset that most people have, which is a me mindset. Okay. When you have companies and they decide to put a business together, all that company is thinking about is their bottom line. They're not thinking about how will this business help the public. As a matter of fact, that business will actually create a problem for society and then provide the solution so that they can fill up their pockets, right? That's the norm, and because people, and this is nothing to do with conspiracy and all that stuff, folks. This is just facts, right? Because, think about it. If you really want to make money, just create a problem and make sure you have that solution. Create any problem at all, right? Just create a problem. If you are, let's say you're involved in security, you're involved in defense, you're involved in police enforcement, law enforcement. Understand? Imagine there's no crime. No crime. Okay? Do you need all these law enforcement officers? Right? Imagine there's no war. What do you need machine guns for? What do you need bombs? What do you need bullets? We need guns. You understand me?
Yeah.
Right? There's no crime in your city, in your country. What do you need jails for? What do you need prisons for? You understand? Right? But guess what, though? If I ensure there's crime in that neighborhood, it means there's going to be arrests. It means that people are going to go to jail. People are going to go to prison. I'm going to need prison uniforms. I'm going to need food to feed them, right? Even though they're, they've committed a crime, I have to feed them? Like, are you kidding me? And and feed them well? They got to get a balanced diet? You understand me? Right? Like, think about that. You understand? So I'm sure you see where I'm going with this, right? If you want to make money, create a problem and make sure you have a solution. It doesn't mean the solution solves the problem. It could just be a Band-Aid. You understand? Right? And I won't go deep into this, right? Because I won't go deep with it, right? I'll just stay on the surface. You know what I mean? But if I want to make a lot of money, that's all I have to do. Just create a problem and just make sure I have the solution. And we see a lot of companies, that's exactly what they do. You understand? People that are obese, people who are diabetic, people who have all sorts of ailments. Just create a problem and here's the solution, right? And usually, like I said, the solution is a Band-Aid. It doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't get rid of the issue. It just Band-Aid. Oh, no, you have to take these drugs for the rest of your life. Yeah, there's like 50 different things that are side effects to it. You may even die, but no, you need to take it though, right? That's the mindset of companies, okay? Specifically corporate America, right? That is the mindset. It's all about how can I make more money? How can I make more? It's not how can I solve the poverty that's been inflicted upon our world. You know what I mean? How can I, when Michigan had their water problem in Flint, okay, you'd think people would be like running, you know what I mean, to go solve that problem, right?
Yeah.
No, let's blame this one, let's blame that one, let's blah, 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 this, instead of, you understand? This is how companies think, right? I know people are struggling, but I'm still going to lay people off. I'm going to fire people. Even though I know they're struggling financially, if I know if I let them go, well, why not cut some of the salaries of the executives, right? Why not, you know what, this year we won't distribute any dividends. Like there's things that they can do. Well, okay, you don't need to have that $1 billion pay increase. You know what I mean? You know what? Let's forego that this year because we want to help the people. We want to help our employees. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, even though they are the lifeblood of our company. Nope. Because guess what? If I fire you, I can always replace you. I'll find somebody else. You know what I mean? Create the problem, provide the solution so that I make more money. That's the mindset. That is not on passive's mindset. On passive is not thinking first and foremost, how can I make more money as a company, right? So it's a completely different philosophy. On passive is not trying to provide a band-aid. On passive is trying to give a solution, right? You know what? You really don't need to spend thousands of dollars a month for a video conferencing platform. Why? Well, because we give you 10,000 attendees. So, we have to charge that. That's the going rate. Really? You understand? It doesn't have to be that way, right? You can still give quality product, but make it cost effective. You understand? Still, here's something that's quality, the best of the best we're going to give you, but we're not going to suck you dry. You know what I mean? We're not going to just charge you money just because we can charge you money, right? Think about this. Okay, people go and they buy BMW 740 or whatever, right? 7 Series BMW, right? $100 and something thousand they're going to pay for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, why? Why does it cost that much? You know what I mean? Does it cost that much to make it? And that's why we have to sell it for that price? No. These things are mass produced, right? Doesn't have to cost that much, but we can. And we've conditioned people to think when something's expensive, oh, it must be better. You know what I mean? That shirt. Well, okay, the shirt costs $150, right? Why? Why can't it cost $15? You know what I mean? Well, because if it costs $15, certain set of the population not going to buy it because it's cheap. You know what I mean? Right? So they just slap the big price on it because they've conditioned us to think this way.
Wow.
Right? You have people that, I'll never buy from a secondhand store. But when you walk into that brand name store, how many people tried on that same pants that you went and bought? Were you the only one that tried it on? No. Other people tried it on, right? You understand me? But people say, well, no, I'll never go to a secondhand store though because it's used. Okay? When you buy a home, most people, when they buy a home, it's a resale. Right? So somebody lived in that home before you. Is it not used? Are you not buying a used home? You understand me? How many people buy used cars all the time, right? People are not going and buying brand new stuff. But again, they condition our mind to think a certain way, right? So people can make money. You understand? That's the philosophy of the world. On passive is saying that we don't want to be like the world though. We don't want to gouge people. We don't want to provide something to people just for providing the sake. We want to be able to give value. Because if we give value, then we can have customers upon customers upon customers for life. And when we have all these customers, who's making the money? Let's put a model together where we can get people to come in. We'll call them founding members. We'll call them brand ambassadors. Okay? And we'll make sure that the model is in such a way that when these customers are coming, they're attached to these brand ambassadors so that they make a piece of the pie, that it doesn't have to come to us. In other words, let's put a layer in between the company and the customers so that not only the company will make money, but the people in between, let's call them the middlemen or middle women, right? The middle people, right? That they'll get to participate. We could do that. Why not? Apple could have done that. Microsoft could have done that. You understand? They just chose not to, right? So it can be done. Comes back to choices. Thank you, Yvonne. Right? Comes back to choices, right? So that's what On Passive is setting out to do. Let's go out there and do our best maybe we can't eradicate poverty, but why not try? You know what I mean? Why not put our best foot forward? You know what I mean? Why not bring that number down a bit? You know what I mean? If we can do it, why not? Right? If we have a dollar that comes in, and instead of one person getting that dollar, is there a way that we can take that dollar and share it up? I don't know, maybe amongst 10 people. So instead of 1, 10 actually wins. Hey, can we do that? Is there a way that every dollar that comes in, micro payments, right? I'm sure if you were getting a penny, let's say, from every single sale that came into OnPassive, right? And let's just throw a number. So all of us is getting a penny, right? From every sale. It's a fictitious idea, folks. Okay, just understand the point, right? And we make $1 billion. That's the number that came in, and you're getting a penny from that, right? From each. So we have 1 billion sales. You understand? And you get a penny from that, right? You do the math. Every single person on Passive would be happy, right? Okay, 1 billion sales, 10%, okay, right? Multiply 1 billion by a penny. You understand? So if, in other words, if it was $1, you'd receive $1 billion, right? If it's 10 cents, you'd receive 100 million, right? If it's a penny, you'd receive 10 million. See how that works? Right? Now, again, it's a fictitious number, okay? It's to get the concept, to get the idea. You follow me? Okay. What if it's not 1 billion sales? Right? What if it's 100 million sales? So instead of, remember now, follow me, 100 million sales, right? You're getting a penny of each of those sales. So that's 100 million. If it was $1, you'd have gotten $100 million, right? If it's 10 cents, you'd have gotten 10 million. If it's a penny, you'd have gotten 1 million. See how that works? And we can keep on doing this all day, folks. The bottom line is that you can put a model together. And I didn't say anything about multiple levels. And I didn't say any of that stuff, right? This is all direct sales. This is the company made 1 billion sales, and each individual got just a penny from each of those billion sales. We didn't say the company made $1 billion. We said it made 1 billion sales. That's the number of sales. And so each of the sale, let's say you got a penny from it. Again, it's a fictitious idea, folks.
Yeah.
Okay, because the cost would be tremendous of that particular product, that particular sale. But it's just to give you the idea, okay, of the possibilities, give you the idea how that model makes sense and it can work. You understand? So the bottom line is that here is a company that is all about love, because I love humanity, because I love people. I want to put together something that each and every one will benefit from, as opposed to me creating a problem, providing a band-aid that doesn't help anyone. That's just temporary relief. You understand? It's temporary relief. If I have a migraine and I go take an Advil or a Tylenol or whatever, okay, it's temporary relief. It doesn't solve the problem. Why did I get the migraine in the first place? You understand? It's just a band-aid, right? Why did I get the migraine? You know what I mean? So let me get to the root cause of that migraine. Okay? I don't know. Maybe Dr. P was nagging me all day, right? So I'm Dr. John. Dr. P was nagging me all day, right? So I got this headache. So you giving me Advil or Tylenol, you know what I mean? That's just a band-aid. The root cause, I got to go talk to Dr. P. Why you been nagging me all day, right? So I got to get to the root cause. You understand? So the point is, folks, is that On Passive is not trying to think like everybody else. On Passive is not trying to think about how can we fill up, how can we enrich ourselves, how can we be the next billionaire, right? Because On Passive is $1 billion idea. Don't kid yourself, right? So that's not the idea. The idea, though, is, hey, let's make great products that people are going to want. There's going to be a demand for it, because you can't supply something if there's no demand. There has to be a demand for it. So let's supply it. And when that happens, we're going to have customers, right? And then those customers, when they make their purchase, it's attributed to a founder or founding members. And therefore, that puts money into your wallet that you can now take and go pay your bills. It's simple, folks. It's not rocket science, but it's not easy. Okay? It is not easy. That's why we need professionals. We need real people that have the know-how to make it happen. And even though you're setting out to do this, you're going to have people that's going to stand in your way. So wait a minute, why are you going against the grain? Why are you not swimming in the same direction like everybody else? Why you want to be different? Why you want to stand out? You know what I mean? Why you want to help all these people? Why? You don't need to help them. That's not our model. Our model is about being selfish. Our model is about being self-centered. Our model is about me, myself, and I. That's our model. So why do you want to say, no. Let's share. Let's help. Right? That's the difference, folks. Understand what On Passive is looking to do. It is not easy, but it is simple. Right? And it is doable, and it is realistic, right? Because if you have this brilliant idea and it's not even realistic, like, God help you. You know what I mean? But it's realistic, it's doable, it can be done. You understand? And On Passive is doing it. And when we shed light, people are going to be blown away. All right?
Oh my goodness. I am blown away right now. I am so fired up. Even more than we started right now, Brother Michael. You just blow my mind away. You've blown us all away. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. A moment to take it in. I'll just leave it at that, because if I try to say anything, I may just mess it up. All right. I think we have come to the end of our question. We want to thank Brother Michael. Thank you. And as we continue, I want to pass it on to our moderator to continue with the next thing on the agenda. Wow. Wow. Just wow.
Wow. You see, that's where we miss our all connect. The real sound, everybody's trying to clap, but we cannot hear each other.
No.
How about you, Sitari? And
Wow, Brother Michael. You know, we always look forward to this monthly visits. When you come and you just pour so much on us. Thank you very much, sir. I don't think we have words that can really show our appreciation. Okay, family. So our brother has been talking for almost 2 hours and something now. We're gonna give him a water break, and then we'll do our quick updates, and then come back to him, because I see the chat has been very active. I don't know if there are questions there. I don't look at what is in there, but I see the chat is active. So I know there are a lot of people that have questions. They have words of appreciation or something. So let's give him a water break, get updates, and then we'll come back, and then we can address all your questions or updates or any words of appreciation, whatever you have for him. So thank you so much. So at this time, I'm going to call on the update team, Queen Kanla and co. Please, over to you for updates.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Queen Sister Irene. My name is Kanla Nge, and again, I will be in with the updates team for today. I Oh, okay. We are a team made up of Dr. Derek, Sister Irene Quende when we need her to fill in, and as well as recently Sister Yvonne has been stepping up and doing a wonderful job. But not forgetting our team members that are not able to join us. We also acknowledge you, Brother Alfred and Sister Miriam. So, Dr. D, I can see your screen. Are you there? But before Dr. D comes in, Sister E, you can introduce
No,
us.
ma'am. I'm not in. I'm on the road.
Oh, okay. All right. Then that is wonderful. Well, we want to acknowledge Dr. Derek. We want to show our appreciation and thanks for the excellent work that he does behind the scenes, even when he is not able to be with us during the webinars, but he is still there doing all the hard work in the background, particularly when it comes to our update. And we all know how excited, how dear this is to his heart. So thank you, Dr. D. You may be listening or you listen. We will do you the honors of reading these updates today. All right, Sister E, over to you. You're muted.
I'm sorry about that. I thought you had said that he was in, so I had taken myself off. But okay. All right. So are you going to start, or what do you want to do here?
To introduce yourself before I load the slides.
Okay. Well, my name is Yvonne Finn, and ordinarily I'm in the chat, and here I am today. I will try to accompany Sister Kanla as she does the update. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Sister Yvonne.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Let me know when you are able to see my slides.
Okay. I see the graphics, but the slides are not in the center yet.
Okay.
No.
You don't see it? I see it on my end.
Yeah, we see it, but we see your presenter notes. So if it's switch on.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
the other
switch.
monitor. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm.
Use presenter view. Just a moment, everyone.
Yeah, I think you just have to go to the other monitor, Sister Kanla. You have two monitors. Switch to the other monitor. We're seeing your second monitor.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing that right now.
Swap the. Good to go.
Okay. All right. So you're welcome today to our updates. Okay. I hope. All right, there we go. We are all good to go. The updates are as exciting as our session has been, and sit down tight and be ready. It is exciting. Okay. Mr. Ash, that our CEO, this is from August the 24th of August 4th, 2024. He is telling us the following. There are 3 points I want to say today. Technically, they are all interconnected and integrated in one way. But the first thing is we come to know that there are some mechanical logistics issues with a business. But we go back to success, especially with people. It's 80% psychology, mindset, character, and only 20% mechanics.
Ash Mufareh, MIT, 25 July 2024. Let me jump in here.
One moment.
Let me jump.
It looks the slide is not moving.
Okay.
Just a minute. I don't know why it will not move. Okay. You can continue.
So even the mechanics, when they go all the way wrong, we will have a good, very good success ratio. Never, ever going to impact our journey because we are made of the right stuff, with the good stuff. And we have the mentality, the boldness, and the capacity to never give up.
It's absolutely never going to occur to our mind. So as long as we have that radical mentality on a good ideology, and I intentionally wanted to say the word ideology. Why? Because unpassive is a movement. It is an ideology, and you cannot kill it. It's not a business that it can shut down, or a shop, or a transaction that could be canceled. No.
We come to build that foundation of an incredible movement. And because of that, it's impossible to kill an ideology or belief, especially when it's in the hands and in the minds of millions. And those who don't even know they will come, they will also adapt our ideology.
That is so correct. So, do you believe in any way you can kill this ideology or the desire or the dream in us? Absolutely impossible. Impossible, our CEO says. You cannot kill it. Things can go up and down in terms of transactional. You know the details, the day-to-day business, but that's not going to define the outcome or the journey that we choose to be on.
This is our life, and we will continue doing that. But I hope you understand, no matter who tells you that this is trouble, or is stuck, or crashing, or getting shut down, don't believe that. Why? You cannot kill an ideology.
Oh,
yes. And the ideology is mental. It's emotional. It's built with it. You cannot extract. You cannot extract.
Absolutely. No way. The account in the bank or some transaction or some mechanical details, they can fluctuate, but it doesn't stop the ideology that we all evolved and developed together. Love. That is another reason that it's impossible. It's impossible to remove that from someone. Their drive is not necessarily a materialistic or temporary transaction.
Because we have that tremendous love within and shared across the globe, and we see anybody knows about it. They have that positive reaction. I'm not talking about mental. By mental, I mean idiots or those who are looking for a cheap click or something. No, I'm not talking about those. I am not talking about those.
Right.
Right.
Our CEO is talking about if anybody looks at what we have with an open mind and heart, it's absolutely nothing but good. There is a word I want to mention to you. It's called reservoir, which is basically the reservation of anything. And we have that reservoir on passive hazard, which is we have been working together for quite a while now.
Mm-hmm. So it is not, we just met 5 minutes ago, and now this is something where we can give up on. No, we've been on this for a long time. And I'm going to say one more time. It is easier to quit when you haven't invested time, energy, emotions in something. You just met somebody tonight. They gave you trouble. You let them go. You let them go.
How true is that? Absolutely. The more you invest in something, the harder it is to leave. We can all agree on that.
Amen.
The more you invest in something, the harder it is to leave. You get more emotionally attached to it, and it gets harder for you to quit. So, somebody walked into a business today. Nobody likes him or her. And if they leave tomorrow, nobody cares. I mean, it's unnoticeable.
But if somebody's been in a business, let's say 20 years, long time, decades, and they have their impact on that journey, it's hard to give up on them.
Right.
It is. It goes both ways. The company to let go of those people who've been there, yourself included. You've invested enough here, long enough in every aspect and capacity that you could.
Absolutely true. So, all the more reason why it's hard to let go. Why you, me, our CEO, it's hard to let go. It's hard for you to let the ideology go. Therefore, the provider of the ideology as well, that is our CEO. Amen. That is why it's a very strong relationship. It's impossible to break. Don't worry about the mechanics or the details or the day-to-day things that can go up and down. No problem. But we are here to stay. You and me, we are here to stay. Unpassive is here to stay. And we decided to win.
We have a winning attitude. We have a winning mentality that's never, never, never going to be compromised. So the longer we be here, the harder it gets for us to give up or to let go.
Mm.
The more we invest, and it's not just money. I'm talking about energy, time, emotion, like those who are staying late in the UK right now, not so late, or let's say in Africa, on the other side of the globe. This is an investment. This is an investment.
Yes, it is. This is truly something. You are putting time from your life, a chunk of your life into this day-to-day, or at least periodically. So it's not impossible for you just to let that go. We will fight for this till the end. Sister Yvonne, let me read that again.
Yes.
This is something you, me, us are putting time from our life, a chunk of your life into this day-to-day, or at least periodically. So it is impossible. It's not possible just to let that go. We will fight for this till the end. At any cost, the dream is within reach at any cost. And we are going to get there. Yes.
Yeah.
And it is just a matter of time.
Yes, it is. Sometimes, yeah, you're going to have a detour. There's not one way to go to Rome. Perhaps you can dive, you can fly, you can just walk. There's many ways to go to Rome if that's our objective. This is just temporary, what we went through. It's temporary, what we went through. Where we go, we are made of the good thing. So we will win.
Yes. Because it's an ideology, not a transaction. We want to achieve. We didn't invest much. No. Our blood, our tears, our hearts in this nights and nights and days and weekends and week out, we put in this thousands of days and nights and thousands of hours. That's not nothing we just say, okay, let's forget about it and move to the next thing.
Mr. Ash Mufareh, MIT, 07 August 2024. First, let me begin with showing my gratitude, my enormous thankfulness to all of you and everybody that is showing their true love, their commitment, their loyalty, and their support in such uncertain times. This will not be forever. This is not going to define our outcome.
Yes. This is just a passing cloud, and I don't want to give it more attention than it is, since it is temporary. Let's focus on the long-term sustainable vision and dream. And that's where I want to take it back to where my brother Michael was talking about, where the concept of unpassive, like they do it or die all, that actually it has. It's more conceptual now.
You know what I'm trying to say. It has evolved to a bigger need than it was a couple of years ago. When we decided the concept was appealing and we loved it for that. Now, having been on the journey, on the practical journey and the execution of that dream, we have also evolved in other ways mentally.
And now we understand the importance of unpassive and the vision of unpassive. As I said last Sunday with a few of my intelligent friends, I said, unpassive is not just a business, and it's not just a transactional relationship. It's a true movement to the core, where there is a strong ideology and motive behind it that you cannot stop it.
Regardless of the mechanic, as we know, success, especially in the people business, it's 80% psychology, mental attitude, mindset, all of that. And only 20% is poorly led. It's about the mechanics of the details or the details. It's almost irrelevant.
Yes. So if you are miserably failing in the details and the mechanics, you have zero experience whatsoever, but you are made of the right stuff with it, the principles that you have, the faith that you have, as also I had my brother earlier talking about. If you have that value with it, you've got 80% of success. Plus you are showing, plus you are bold enough to take action.
Showing up is a big part of success. So not only you have the right mindset and the clarity on the vision, the ideology, you want to achieve that, but you also took action, lots of action. You've invested a lot time into it. So it becomes even greater than 80% your success rate. It's almost, you're there. It's almost, you're there.
We are there. Now, mechanically, it's not fair to say we failed 100%, which equals 80%, which equals 20% of the entire process. You didn't need to be Michael Williams to understand the math I did. It's simple. 20% is the mechanics, the details, or the business logistics, and all of that. It's only 20% of your overall success. But say we got a good portion of it.
We're way up high, 90%, 95% into the success path. But it's only a matter of time to reach that outcome. And the outcome is sustainable in a way that it's renewable. We're not going to reach a certain, we're going to reach this number. We're a company that's going to give this number of customers or this number of whatever welder, and that's it. No.
This is a lifelong journey. Even beyond that, I believe it's a legacy that we could live here on earth for generations to come. Why? Because we are sick and tired of what's happening there. The grief, the theft that is happening in the real world. We are sick and tired. Like, as you rightfully said, yeah, there is a recession.
Why should you not listen? Why should you not listen to unsuccessful people? One, they're not successful. Two, they're always complaining. The beauty about the internet, you choose who or what you listen to. Therefore, stop listening to negative thoughts. Stop listening to negative thoughts. Good leaders are available and able.
Our word for today, our word for today, talking about choice again. So
yes,
it's the only thing we have. We are not going anywhere. We are just going to do it or die. I love you. I'm proud of you all. And we are going to make it to the very top.
Yeah.
And so, everyone, you, me, brand ambassadors, users, affiliates, buckle up.
As
And
this is how we do it.
Because this is how we do it. And why do we do it?
Because we
We
are
on perseverance.
Yeah.
So, all right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to the updates. We appreciate it. Over to you, to our moderator.
Thank you, Queen Kenla and Queen Yvonne. Oh my God, that was good. Look, and Dr. Derek, well, can't hear him. He can't, I don't know if he can hear us. Thank you very much, sir, for all the efforts. We really appreciate you doing this for us every week. Thank you. All right. So we're gonna move on, and it will be time for questions and discussion. And for us to do that orderly, so nobody goes home without expressing themselves, without getting their questions answered, we're gonna let Queen Dr. Benny to take over this section so that we can do it orderly. So you can either raise your hand or type your question in the chat, and we'll make sure that everybody goes home satisfied. So time for questions and discussions. Over to you, Queen Benny.
Thank you so much, Queen Irene. Before I proceed, I want to take this special moment to welcome each and everyone here. Happy Sunday. Are you guys excited with this, our extraordinary company? Are you guys happy? Because I know I am happy. I am. If you're not happy, it's your problem. I know I am. Oh, anyway, I want to take this moment I want to thank our Heavenly Father for bringing all of us together this afternoon, this evening, or morning. It all depends upon your location. You know, the air that you and I were breathing at this moment, we're not paying for it. So we just have to thank God for everything. I want to thank him for sending Mr. Ash Mufareh to all of us. And when you guys have time, please create time just to pray for our CEO, because I believe we all love him. Do you love him? Sorry. Anyway, my name is D. Benny, and I am one of the chat monitors, as well as a question and discussion team. Queen Bridget, could you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Dr. Benny. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Bridget, and I'm with the question and discussion team. Thank you, Brother Michael, for that wonderful, presentation. I often wondered whether you were always an outstanding. Over time, you learned all of this because you go on and on non-stop. It's amazing. You're very gifted. Thank you so much for that. And thank you to the Queen Carla and Sister Yvonne for that presentation. You just presented everything for me. I wasn't there when Ash Mufareh, our CEO, was talking, so I finally got everything now, so I know what's going on. Thank you for that. So I appreciate everyone being here. And yeah, so thank you all.
Queen Yvonne?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Yvonne Fay. I monitor the chat. That is where I reside. Thank you, Dr. Benny.
Thank you. Anyway, before I proceed by asking the questions, I just want to take this moment to thank our welcome team. Thank you guys for welcoming us, because if you don't welcome me, I get mad. I want to thank you so much for what you guys have been doing, our update teams, our mindset. Thank you, Queen Yvonne Finn, for the mindset. We appreciate you and we love you. But guess what? I want to take this moment to thank our presenter, Mr. Michael Williams Ames. Thank you so much. Now, I am going to ask you a question pretty soon. Get ready for me. Thank you. So this is the question and discussion team, and I need you guys to be ready. You either share your excitement or just prepare a question to ask. Now, I am going to ask my own question. I hope Mr. Michael Williams is ready for me. Now, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency defines insider threat as a threat that insider will use their authorized access intentionally, unintentionally, or unintentionally to harm the department, the mission, the resources, the personnel, facility, information, equipment, right? So the reason I'm just asking this is like insider threat. You know, when you join a company, there's always the employees, they do something bad. There are some good employees and there are some bad employees. Now, my question is this, Mr. or Brother Mike, what is causing this upside down, back and forth doubt within our extraordinary company on passive?
Okay. Well, I mean, as you said, you have good employees, you have bad employees. We don't know the fullness, but in time, our CEO will certainly provide all the necessary information that we need, and not so much need. I think people just want to know, but there are good employees and there are bad employees. And that is not going to change no matter how good something is, right? Like I explained before, that you could have something that is just the best in the world, right? And again, we know people have joined businesses, and man, this is just the best business in the world. Like this product, right? Gosh, it helps cancer, it helps diabetes, it helps, you know what I mean? Like everything you can think of on the planet, this wonder potion, lotion, juice, whatever, this product helps all these things. And not just, hype, but there are real products out there that can actually help a lot of things. At the cellular level, right? So, those are real solutions. And so you have this thing and it's the best, and you've experienced it, you've had personal experience. So you're not just what somebody told you, but you've experienced yourself. You know what I mean? You've used this product and wow, this thing has really done this for me. It's not a placebo. I know exactly what I'm talking about. This is what happened. And you share it with someone and they look at you like you're crazy, like, no, I don't believe you, right? Even though this is personal, you understand? So you have something that is really good and lots of people are getting great results with it. And yet you still have people that don't want to join, that don't want to participate, that don't want to purchase the product. They don't want to be a part of it. That, no matter what you say, you understand? So my point is that no matter how good something is, there will always be people that don't want to see the success, that don't want to participate, that don't want to go in that same direction as everybody else who's trying to succeed. You're always going to have that. And whether it's employees, whether it's distributors, whether it's affiliates, whether it's the public, you know what I mean? That will always exist. You understand? You could have a great company that's done a lot of great things, and you'll still have people online having something negative to say about that company, right? You understand? Because that's just people's mind. That's just how we're wired, right? I mean, there's more to it, but I want to keep this as simple as possible, right? But you just have people that are like that. You know what I mean? And so you're going to have issues in everything that you do. You understand? And we don't know all the challenges that the company has been faced with. We don't know all the issues that the company is going through. When the time is right, I believe our CEO will come and he will say, okay, here's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I personally believe people are going to be like, whoa, okay, that explains this, that explains that. Okay, I understand now. All right, man. Thank you so much, Mr. CEO, for staying the course, for sticking with this, for continuing the journey. We love you for that. We appreciate you for that. I believe that will be the response that people will have. But at the same time, we also really don't need to know the nitty gritty. You know what I mean? The fine details of we really don't need to know all of that stuff. And I've given so many examples over the years, you know what I mean, that, my car, for example, I don't need to know all the ins and outs of how it works and this, as long as it gets me to my desired destination, you know what I mean, it gets me there safely, right? That's all that matters to me, right? Me personally. Now, there are some people that are wired differently, and they need to know, like this, my life is over if I don't understand how the car works. I just need to, I have to know, you know what I mean, for me to be satisfied. And so you have people like that, that they may be involved in the business and they have to know everything. Give it to me from A to Z. You know what I mean? It's like when you try to introduce someone to become a founding member. Some people, you just say, listen, man, this is a great business. It's something that you need to be a part of. You need to get in. And they say, okay, I'm in. And that's it. And then you have others, man, you got to tell them from A and B and C and D and E, and you got to call them and you got to send them messages and send them videos. Oh, listen to this and listen to that and this. And you got to go through. It's almost like you're doing a dissertation. You know what I mean? Like you just have to come with it for that person and spend hours upon hours just for them to make a $97 decision. You understand me? So we're wired differently. All of us are not the same. But me personally, as long as we get into our desired destination, right, which is money in our pocket so people can pay their bills and so on and so forth, and live a better, have a better standard of living, all of that. As long as we get to that, that's all that matters. As to how we get there, like our CEO says, there's many different ways to get to Rome. You know what I mean? Everybody knows Rome is in Italy, right? So you can go direct. You have a direct flight, you know what I mean, from wherever you are. Maybe you have to stop over somewhere in order to get there. Maybe you're going by, maybe on a cruise, you know what I mean? So you're taking a Mediterranean cruise, whatever, right? Maybe you're driving because maybe you live in Germany, you know what I mean? So you're just going to drive on land to get there. You know what I mean? There's different ways to get there. But the bottom line is, as long as you get there, that's the desired destination. As long as you get there, that's what matters. You know what I mean? That's what really matters. You have people who work year after year, 40 years, 50 years, 35 years, worked so long, you know what I mean? And their desired destination was to be financially free, and it never happens. You know what I mean? But yet, for 40 years, they toiled. You know what I mean? For 40 years, they worked hard, get up every morning, go into that job, never missing a day, blah, 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 right? And it just didn't happen for them, right? But what we have right here is not going to take us 40 years. It's not going to take us 10 years. You know what I mean? What we have is something that's going to provide remarkable results for millions upon millions of people worldwide. And that's all I need to know. As long as that is factual, which I know it is, you understand me? That's what matters, right? So, we can't control people's actions. We can control whether it's a bad staff, whether it's bad management, whether it's, people that are executives of the company, whether it's founders, whether it's the pub. We can't control people's action. We can only control our own. So if we focus on us and being the best version of ourselves, hopefully that will rub off onto other people. So we have more and more that's going in the same direction, right? And when we do that, right, then life is beautiful. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I do have another question, but I'm gonna call Alan G. Alan G, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question? Thank you.
Hi. Just a comment I'd like to make. One of the discussions I was with on during the week last week, somebody was saying, where does the money come from? That if we have, for argument's sake, over a 5-year period, we may have, say, 15 millionaires. But where does that money come from? It comes from the other businesses, and this is why they're trying to close us down, because of how they're going to be affected by what we are doing. The money's got to come. There's money in the circulation already. You're not creating new money. So the money's coming from other companies that are going to be affected by it. This is what I'm saying. Where is the money coming from that will create our millionaires? It's coming from the other companies. This is why
I understand what you're saying, Alan. Think of it as market shares, right? So, for example, if you have GoDaddy, right? So you have GoDaddy, they sell domain names. So if they don't, but let's say they represent 100% of the market, right? So everyone that's out there that's buying domain names, they're buying it from this particular company. And so here comes OnPassive, and OnPassive is providing domain names as an example, right? And so therefore, maybe they lose 5% of their shares, right? So you have these 5% of the people that were purchasing from GoDaddy. Now those 5% is now purchasing from OnPassive, 10%, whatever the number is. The point is that people that are using these existing services, if they switch, right, it's not necessarily new money. It's what they were spending over here that they're redirected now and coming over here. Same can be said for Zoom and so on, similar situations. But you will also have individuals that were not in that space. You're going to have people who've never bought a domain name before. And so they will buy, from OnPassive. And so that in essence is new money from that standpoint, but not as far as what's circulating within, a country or within the economy. That's a whole different idea. But we do know that governments also print money, so more money or new money is introduced into the economy. So we also know that too. But yeah, you're absolutely right though, that to me, how I look at the money aspect is that money comes from customers. Just keep it as simple as that. Money comes from customers, right? So if customers are buying, well, the money's coming from those customers. It's a different conversation.
From the company's point of view, let's take, for example, Zoom, where when OpenX starts going properly, they're going to lose a big percentage of their customers. So it's in their interest for them to try and close us down before we get started.
Yeah, sure.
Because they say what the big businesses do, they either try and buy the company out. If they can't, then they try and close it down. So it's
Sure, but I don't want to focus blame on anyone.
I'm just saying this was part of the discussion.
I understand, right? I'm just saying, like me personally, I don't want to focus on, that it could be other corporations that are out there because they don't want to see us succeed, so therefore they're trying to make it difficult for us, and that's above my pay grade. Right. Let me put it that way. Right.
This was part of the discussion. This is part of the discussion that was had, and I thought it was quite interesting. This is from a different angle.
But people just, as I said, if people keep it simple and just know that it's we, the consumers, we're the ones who put the money into circulation, so to speak, right? Because however we get our money, wherever, whether it's from our job, whether it's from your business, whether it's from your investment, wherever the money comes from, you and then in turn take that money now and you're spending it. So you choose how you're going to spend it. And so, you know what? I believe that I need a video conferencing platform. So therefore, I'm going to pick and choose which company I'm going to spend that money with. Is it going to be Zoom? Is it going to be GoToWebinar? Is it going to be Skype? Is it going to be on passive? You know what I mean? So people are going to pick and choose as to where they're going to spend their money. And so if you provide something that's of value, especially more value than what the next company is doing, then people are going to make that choice, right? And so that's why we want to present all of our products in a value-driven way, as opposed to, well, no, let's just do it on price alone. Let's just make the cheapest possible product. And no, because we do know there's people out there that'll buy $3,000 suits when, okay, but you can probably go get a suit for a couple $100. You know what I mean? But they choose to spend $3,000. So people will pay for quality. People will, even if it's perceived quality. You know what I mean? But let's just keep it simple in that, hey, guys, money comes from customers. Customers do what they do, and hey, we're great. And we could have a lot of distractors out there, whether it be other corporations, whether it's from within, whether it's just the public, whether it's naysayer, could be whomever, right? But let's just keep it moving that customers come, they buy, you make money. Okay. But thanks for that though, Alan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Brother Alan. I appreciate you. Brother Sigon, are you available now?
Yes, I'm available. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Proceed, please.
I didn't know. Brother Mike, thank you again for the depth of the information you provide. Really empower us to know what we are into, what we've signed up for, and not to be weary, not to get, carried away with all the naysayers, but to stick in there. I've listened to all the things we brought up and all the questions, and it's really showing, just like Sister Marie said, maybe it's a time of shake up to see who really means to be, in this business. And I quite understand your perspective that to know everything that's going on will not be of benefit. For instance, there's a prayer of serenity that God give me the power to change what I can and to understand what I cannot. Even if we know everything that's going on now, none of us has the capacity to do anything about it more than the CEO and the CFO and those people up there. So why even try to know all that when it will just give you sleepless nights? And so it's better. We trust the CEO. We trust the management team that they can handle whatever it is. So I'd rather leave it that way than try to find out exactly what's going on. Now, here's my question. For all the ambassadors, I want to use that word, all the passivians who are still on and who will keep being on, I think maybe you can help us. We need some empowerment to be able to stand for the company and not debate, not even persuade, but just to inform people why our convictions. And that way we become real ambassadors, standing up for the company, not just for our own, but for those we introduce and who keep finding all this nonsense on cyberspace, on social media, and we will just stay away from that. Is there a way, is there any assistance? Is there any, how far we can go to, like, when these issues come up, that we can engage people? Let me give you an example. Somebody brought up a video to my knowledge about, this is an MLM nonsense, and they list everything. I listened attentively. And finally, I asked him a question. You check mark all these points, but you missed the point. No products. We have a product. And I can see the reaction that, okay, if this as a product, does that qualify for what you're listening to on the internet? And he said, no. But that's just, I'm sure there are so many other ones that you probably are aware of that we can know and say, listen, these are the 5 points of what makes this type of business that they are arguing about, they are talking about. This is where we are. Is there a way you can, just articulate that you're good at that to help us and helping these people to explain to them or just share with them that this is our conviction as ambassadors to defend what we believe in? I hope I've not spoken too much. Thank you.
I understand what you're saying, but again, you know me, I like to keep it simple, right? And that we don't need to defend the company, number one, right? We don't need to defend our decision to join on passive, number two, right? If people are going to believe what they want to believe, you understand? And if someone, doesn't believe what I believe, that's on them. You know what I mean? Because they're going to say, no, my belief is correct. And, no. And then you're going to say, no, my belief is correct. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't fight those battles, right? If somebody wants to believe something negative about the company, okay, go ahead and believe it. The truth will always prevail. You understand? And so, all things will be revealed in time. You know what I mean? And I'm confident that in the end, right? We are going to win. And so that is the biggest argument or defense that you can have, is to win, right? And so, right now, it's just my word, your word. You know what I mean? It's just people, lip service. The proof is in the pudding, right? The proof is, will on passive stand? Will we accomplish our goals? I believe wholeheartedly that yes, that is absolutely the case. But it's not for me to have a debate with someone about it. It's not for me to try and articulate as to why my position is correct. And none of that stuff. Because what about that 88-year-old grandfather who can't articulate that information to someone who's coming at them? You understand me? So it isn't about that. It's about knowing what you believe and being secure in your own belief. And say, hey, you know what? Hey, it's choices, right? We're saying this all webinar. We're talking about choices, right? So people can choose, and they're free to choose. You know what I mean? You're free to stand on the left side or stand on the right side. I know where I'm standing. You can choose to stand with the CEO or not. You can choose to move forward or go away. You know what I mean? Like without get into a confrontation with someone, without making them feel that they're stupid, without making them feel that they're an idiot. You know what I mean? Without making any of those things, just keep it positive and that, okay, I appreciate what you're saying, and we'll see in the end. I have a saying or a phrase I use all the time. It says, well, we shall see. You know what I mean? I said, we shall see, and we shall see. Okay. And so in the end, for those who want to say, see, I told you so, you could say that if you want to. You know what I mean? But to say, put something together or put an argument together or put a piece together, okay, so anytime people come to you, this is what you say. No. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I would just say, you know what? Just leave them alone. Let them be, right? And for those who are in, so listen, you made the decision to get in. Why did you make the decision to get in? X, Y, and Z. Okay, those things are still relevant. Okay, hope is still alive. So let's just continue and see what happens. And when it's all said and done, let's now make our decision at that point. Let's judge at that point. Let's hear the whole matter, then we can judge. Right now, you have not. You just have a piece. You have a piece of a puzzle. You know what I mean? If I give you a piece of a puzzle, you can't tell me what that puzzle is. It's going to be very difficult. You're just going to be just guessing. But you're not coming from a fact-based approach to tell me what that puzzle is. You understand? But now I put all the pieces in place. Now you can tell me what it is. You see what I'm saying? Now you can judge it. Now you can say, okay, whether it's good, whether it's bad, you know what I mean? Whether it's truthful, whether it's fact. Only once you have the whole picture. People don't have the whole picture right now. They're hearing bits and pieces. They're speculating. They're guessing. Oh, I think it's this. I think this is the problem. Oh, the SEC shut down the website. Oh, they didn't pay this. Oh, it was whatever. You know what I mean? People are all sorts of stuff people are saying, right? Maybe this is true. Maybe that's not true. The point is, hear the whole matter, then you decide, right? When you're in court, what happens, right? The judge wants to hear everything. The judge don't say, "Oh, I've heard enough. That's it. That's it. Stop right there." But judge, I've not presented my argument yet. No. Don't need to hear your argument. Don't need to hear your side of it. You know what I mean? Yep. I'm making my decision. No, the judge is going to hear from the prosecutor. The judge is going to hear from the defense. You know what I mean? And then, right, if the judge is the one that's making that decision, or if it's a trial by jury, then obviously, you know, the jury has to hear both sides of the argument, blah, blah, blah. They go away. Now they debate it. You know what I mean? Then they come back and say, yeah, we've got a decision. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with our business, in that some people are saying this, some people are saying that. Okay, no problem. Say whatever you want to say, because you are entitled that much. You're entitled to your opinion. It's just because that's exactly what it is. It's opinion. It's not facts. It's just an opinion. You know what I mean? So let people have their opinion. It's okay. And just know that in the end, right, you're going to shine because you're the one that's on the side of truth. You understand me? You're the one, you know, that's confident in what you believe. Right? It's like if somebody was to come talk to me about God as an example. Right? I know what I believe where God is concerned. So no one's going to come and persuade me and give me some different art. You know what I mean? Because I know what I believe. I'm confident in my beliefs. You understand me? I've experienced enough. You understand me? So it's the same idea in that if I'm confident about what I believe, right? Like no one can come tell me something about my wife. You understand me? I know what I believe. We've been married for how many years? Blah, blah, blah. I know I can finish her sentence. You understand me? So no one's gonna come and tell me, oh man, you know, your wife, this. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? Because I know what I believe, right? You understand me? Right?
Yes,
so you know, if I'm steadfast in my belief, you know, no one's gonna shake me. And that's up to each individual, each person. Again, you've got to know what you're working with. You know what I mean? You may have somebody and, you know, their husband, well, you know, and so, you know what I mean? Somebody comes and says, well, you know, I did see so-and-so, blah, 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 Ray, all these things, right? Okay, you must know, but wait a minute, but my husband was at home last night, so what are you trying to tell me? I know that he was there at 12 o'clock when you said 12 o'clock, you know what I mean? Right? You have people who says, oh, but I saw you and you were doing this business, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, that wasn't me. Oh, but they look like you. Okay, maybe they look like me, but doesn't mean it's me. You know what I mean? You just have to know what you're working with. So I'm trying to give you different ideas, and I'm trying to, you know, kind of lighten it up, whatever. But the point is, right? The point is that you have to know what you're working with. I know what I'm working with where On Passive is concerned. You know what I mean? And everyone has to know what they're working with On Passive is concerned. One of the things that I love about On Passive is the fact that the limited amount of money that people had to, you know, put out of their pocket, right? The limited amount of money. You understand me? You know, we didn't put out $1,000. We didn't put out 10,000. You know what I mean? The limited amount that people put out for the period of time that we're talking about. You understand me? It's one thing when you're, well, every month, $100, $100, $100, $100, $100 over 5 years. You know what I mean? Okay, that's thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? As opposed to, well, yeah, you know, I was on Passive for 6 years now, and you know, I did pay for Old Connect, and I did pay my 97, so I paid a couple $100 to, you know, to be. That's a couple $100 over 6 years. So do the math. You understand me? Divide that by 6 and see how much you paid per year. Right? Divide that by, you know, 72 and see how much months, you know, it cost. You understand what it costs per month, right? Do the math. So, you know, I look at that and I like the fact that, you know, no one, right? Not one person said, man, I was harmed financially because of On Passive. Can't. You understand me? If you're someone who had multiple accounts, let's say you had 10 accounts, that's because you were in a position financially to do so. You follow me? It's not like saying, man, you know, I can't even afford one account. I can't afford one account, but let me go find, money to go buy 50 accounts when you can't even afford one. Where'd you get that money from? You're not in a position to do so. You understand me? So in other words, when somebody put money into a business, and if they have the capacity or the resource to put $100,000 into a business, right? That's not the same as someone who has the capacity to put $100 into a business. You know what I mean? So the impact on that person, even though they put $100,000 in, the impact on that person is not as big to that individual.
With
You
100.
understand?
Yep.
The impact is not as big. I have the capacity to do it. So even if I lose it, right? It's like what we say about a billionaire, right? You have someone who's a billionaire and they bought a car for $1,000. Sorry, $1 million. Right? I wish it was 1,000, right? They bought a car for $1 million. You know what I mean? Okay, but the person's a billionaire though. So that $1 million is nothing, right, to them. You understand me? Whereas this person now, they bought a car and they paid $10,000 for it. Okay, well, to that individual who makes, I don't know, $40,000 a year, well, $10,000 is a lot of money.
Yep.
Right? That's 25%, 25% of what they earn.
Income.
You know what I mean? Whereas the billionaire now, that $1 million, it's a lot to us, right? We can't fathom somebody paying $1 million just for a car. But for them, that's equivalent, to us probably spending $100. You understand? So it's all in perspective. And so that's why I say that I love the fact that for everyone that's involved in OnPassive, it wasn't a financial strain. We're not in financial turmoil because of OnPassive. We may be in financial turmoil because of our situation. Don't have a good job. We lost our job. Whatever's going on. But it's external. It's outside of OnPassive. You know what I mean? OnPassive didn't cause you to be bankrupt. You know what I'm saying to you? It didn't cause you to lose your house. You're not homeless because of OnPassive. You know what I'm getting at? Right? So that's one of the things I love. Yeah.
Thank you for the analogy.
For sure.
And the legal analogy is so in place. A friend of mine in Calgary, Canada, who is a lawyer, was the one. And the good news is I was able to, get him and his friend to stay on course. And his argument is, if you are still on, if you still believe in it, I came in because I trust you. I believe in you.
End of story. End of story, right?
So you're right. If our perceptive is positive,
yes,
all the people around us will. Maybe someone, but that's anyway. Thank you for that. So it's just so true. Nobody is losing their job because of OnPassive right now, losing their home or losing their finances. Those of us who bought money to account, we could afford it.
Yeah, otherwise, absolutely. But you're right. You're right in that people got involved because of you. You know what I mean? They trusted you, and so they got involved as a result of that. If you have not given them a reason not to trust you, then nothing should have changed. You understand me? Hey, not because something takes longer than we thought doesn't mean that it's not going to work out, right?
Amen.
You have people who are putting money aside for their retirement, right? From their, 30 years old, let's say, right? And so they're expecting this money I'm putting aside. I'm expecting that I turn 65 or whatever the retirement age is. You know what I mean? I stop to work. I expect to start being able to draw some sort of annuity or income from those funds that I've been putting aside. And I expect it would have grown and, you know what I mean, and all of that, generated some interest on it, dividends, whatever, right? And guess what? That person now reached age 65 and they want to retire, and oh my gosh, the market crashed. The market crashed. Your money was invested in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, whatever. Market crashed. Okay. Just the other day, we saw what happened in the marketplace. You know what I mean? The stocks just went bananas, and $1 trillion, boom, disappeared just like that.
Yeah.
Right? Market bounced back a little bit, but at the end of the day, a lot of money disappeared. Okay. And money don't disappear, folks. Okay. It doesn't disappear. It goes into somebody's pocket. You understand me? When somebody loses, somebody wins.
Yep.
Right? When somebody wins, somebody loses. That's how that works. Okay. So somebody, got a nice little windfall, and it wasn't me. Okay, I'm just saying, right? So we have to understand how that all works. So it's also important in our demeanor, how we carry ourselves, what our beliefs are. And like I said before, it's not about having a fake belief, folks. Don't fake it. You know what I mean? Well, okay, I want my friend to think that everything is going good. So let me just continue to say, oh, yeah, things are great. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. No, be your true self. You understand? Be your true self and try to be your true self at all times. Whether it's good, whether it's bad, be your true self, right? People will appreciate you more for that, than you trying to, fake it till you make it or whatever, right? Be your true self. The bottom line is that in on passive, everyone is going to win. Whether people believe it or not, they're still going to win. You know what I mean? Your belief does not impact whether you're going to win or not. Not in on passive. See, that's the difference. You understand me? In a lot of things, belief is very, very important, right? In on passive, even if you don't believe it's going to happen, as long as you have an account, it's going to happen. You understand?
Yes,
Yeah.
That's
right? Based upon the model, right? So again, as we talked about the philosophy difference earlier, that's one of it. That whether you believe or not, you're still gonna win. You know what I mean? And you can't find that in other companies.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Brother Mike, for your answers. Thank you, Brother or Pastor Segal, for your question. The more you ask questions, we learn from it. Handsome man, Brother Mumudu, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question or share your excitement? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good evening and good morning to all my beloved family. Queen Dr. Benny, can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother.
That's the smile I was expecting. I just want to appreciate our brother, Mr. Michael, for sparing his precious time to be with us, to motivate us, to educate us, and guide us, because that's the only thing we need. For him to talk about choice, just like how Sister Yvonne mentioned in her mindset. Everything in this world is a choice, because even God that created us, we don't own the life. He owns everything, but he gave us the choice, whether you want to live or you want to die. Because if he doesn't give us the choice to live, people will not be able to kill themselves. But he gave us the choice. And so also everything that you are doing in this world, whether you decide not to do anything or you choose to do something, it's a choice that you make. And if we choose to be part of Unpassive, after Mr. Ash have decided, as for Mr. Ash, he chose to share his wealth to the world, to help humanity. That's a choice he made. So everything in this world is a choice. So if we choose to be in this noble business, whereby we don't have to do nothing, the only thing you have to do is to know your business. That's why we are on this webinars, just for us to learn so that we'll be able to know our business. And if we choose to help others through this business that we are in, we choose to help them. If they choose to be helped, they can be in and they can learn too. But if they choose not to be, even if we try, we want to, we will not be able to help them. And if you are trying to help somebody for them to get the benefit of this visa in, and if they choose not to, please don't bother yourself. Don't bother yourself. Just focus on yourself. Try to know, because if the person that you want to help did not choose, choose not to be helped, others will choose to be helped. So I just want to thank Brother Mike for being here with us, and for everybody that are here helping us to learn, to be educated, and be informed about our business. So thank you very much. I'm at work. That's why you wasn't able to see my video. So right now, they've been calling me, but I want to say this and to acknowledge my brother for sparing his time to be with us. That's why. So thank you very much. So I will be under the, I'll be off camera again, but I'm still on the, thank you very much. God bless you. Wait up to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. Before Dr. Patient proceed, Queen Yvonne, we don't have any question in the chat? Okay, great.
No, we don't.
I do have a question given from some to me, but Dr. Pat, could you please proceed before I can ask the question?
No, Doctor, let's finish your question.
Okay, great. Okay, this question is from Gisela. She's in Cameroon. She's in Cameroon, so she is not happy of what is going on. That somebody has been bothering her, sending texts, and in which she forwarded it to me. But I don't really want to read those texts. It's not too good. But anyway, she said, based upon the rumors that is happening within our company, and the ecosystem is not on, and she said, because it's not back, can we just put, let me say, if everything comes back, can we put our O Connect to the market since it is already better than others? That way, it will generate incomes for the founding members. This is from Cameroon. I mean, except you want me to read the question. I don't like
No.
I don't want the
It's
rumors.
okay. No.
Yes,
It's okay, right?
Thank you.
What we want, okay? What we want, what you want as an individual, what I want as an individual, and all of that. The business just doesn't work that way, though. Like, it just doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? This is not a business by committee, right? So let's just hear what every single person wants, and let's go and we're gonna accomplish what every single. Come on, folks. This is a business, okay, that we have been invited to, participate in, right? Come along for the journey, right? By you coming along for the journey, there's benefits to you, right? For you to come along for the journey, okay? It's not a necessity, right? We don't need you to come along for the journey, okay? In order for us to succeed as a company, right? That's not what the company told us. You know what, guys? We can't do this without you. You have to come. You have to get in, right? So, we shouldn't have this expectation that, well, this is what I want, so let me put in my request, and Dr. P puts in her request, and Dr. Benny puts in her request, and Irene and Yvonne, all of us, we put in our request. Come on, like, can you just think about that, folks? Can you imagine what that would be like? You know what I mean? Think of your job, right? This is the part that blows my mind. Think of your job. You work for a company, right? You have a boss. Now, let's say your company has, 50 employees, 50, right? You think all 50 employees can go to hey, boss, this is what I want. And the next one, this is what I want, and this is what I want. And then the boss says, okay, thank you, employees. Thank you so much for sharing what you want. I'm going to deliver everything to you guys, no problem. Is that what happens in the real world? Is that how it works? You know what I mean? Okay, when you joined that last business, were you able to go and say, hey, Mr. CEO, this is what I want. I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to, like, were you able to do that? And the business before that, were you able to do that? And the one before that, you know what I mean? But it's like we come into one passive, and because I believe the CEO has been so open and accommodating, right? You know, he comes, he presents, he talks, he stays on thing for hours upon hours with us. So now we take liberty, right? We think it's okay that, well, can you just do this? Can you just do that? Can you? If we all understand that the CEO wants what's best for every single one of us. He doesn't say, you know what, Marty DeGarmo, I only want what's best for you. So forget everybody else. I'm going to make this business in such a way that only you're going to win. That's not what he's saying. You know what I mean? Susan McCray, I only love you. Forget everybody else. You know what I mean? He wants a business that's can be put together in the best way possible so that every single person, everyone, no one excluded, even the ones who are bad apples, as long as they're in, you understand me? Every single person, that's what the company wants. And if we understand and come to know our CEO, we would realize that, hey, if this thing could be flying from a month ago, it would be flying from a month ago, right? There's no delay. There's no, well, let me just, hold it back and I'll just keep them hanging on for a little bit longer. There's none. The company is doing everything possible to make sure we have a proper entity, you understand me? A proper business moving forward where all of us win. That's the company's goal, and that's their only goal, is to make sure that happens. So we don't need to say, hey, Mr. Ash, you need to go see a prophet. Because some people think that he needs to go talk to a prophet. I'm like, really? Okay. Right? That's another story. But anyways, but it's a real story, right? You have people think that he needs to go do this, and he's divination, and like, come on, people, really? Right? We're running a business here first and foremost, right? And it just happens that we just have a caring CEO that wants to see all of us, and he wants to, listen to all of us, and he wants to take all that into consideration, in making the best possible decision. So as far as, not having access to there's a good reason for that. There's a good reason. And as long as we continue to be patient, well, even if we're not patient, in time, okay, we're going to hear all that we want to hear. For those who want to hear it, okay, there will be a time for him to say, okay, you know what? Now is a good time to share this information. You understand? Would you not rather him come when the victory's won? You understand me? Okay, victorious. Okay, guys, this and this and this and this and this. Or would you rather him come before you have the victory and says, well, we've been going through this, and this has happened, and this is going on, and this and this and this and this and this and this, right? So which do you think would produce a better outcome? Which one do you think will produce a better response from people? Which one do you think is going to have people, more positive? You understand me? We have to stop and think, about what is going on at present as far as not having access to the OES. If we have access to the OES, is that going to put more money in your pocket right now? If they say, you know what, let's just turn it on, would that put money in your pocket right now? Or is it just going to make you feel good? Oh, okay. Oh, the OES is there. Oh, thank God it's there. There, I can see it. You know what I mean? Folks, that's just a feeling. We need to sometimes put aside feelings, right? It's just a feeling. You know what I mean? It's called fair. F-E-A-R. It's fair because we don't see it. We aren't feared. Oh my gosh. They got to us. They got us. It's over. We're finished. We're this, we're that, blah, blah, blah. Come on, folks. It's just a website. You know what I mean? So it's not a big deal. Let's consider the weightier matter. Let's consider the big picture, right? And the big picture is, let's get everything ready, you know what I mean, in such a way that, hey, if this has revealed certain things to us, if certain things have come to light, if we see that, oh, this one's not for us, or that one is against us, or whatever it may be, right? If we see all of this, and now we're able to, you know, separate the wheat and the tears, right? As our dear sister talked about earlier, right? If we're able to, you know, identify who's really for us, if we're able to improve upon what we have, make things so much better than what we had before, and deliver, you know what I mean? Like, isn't that the right way to go about it? And then come and say, guys, boom, 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 done, finish, here you go. As opposed to, well, you know what? In 2 weeks, we're going to have this. Oh, on the September 1st, we're going to have this. You understand? And then September 1st comes, and for good reasons, it didn't work out the way we thought it was going to. Because, you know, that happens in life, right? You know, you decide to set a wedding date, and for some reason, it just didn't work out, right? It happened to people, right? You know what I mean? You know, you decide to have, well, you know, this was the target date that this was going to happen, and for good reasons, it didn't happen as you thought it was. So things have to be adjusted. This is real life, folks. That's just how real life works. You know what I mean? Right? I was just watching a movie the other night, and the main character, you know, he was a stock guy, you know, Wall Street, you know, all that fancy stuff, and he was buying all these derivatives. And yeah, when things were going great, he was doing extremely well. But when it starts to all go against him, guess what happens? The market crashed, and this man was down like $100 billion or whatever, some crazy number. You understand? I'm saying that's life. You plan for this to happen, life happens. Well, you know, by the time I reach 30, I'm going to be married. By the time I have 35, I have 10 kids already. I'm going to have that, you know, mansion with the picket fence, and you know what I mean? When I reach 55, I'm gonna retire early. You know, all good intentions, all best plans, all these things, and then life kicks you in the face. You understand? It's like, oh man, I can't have 10 kids, okay? Because, oh wow, having a child, that's expensive. So you know what? Okay, we're gonna have 10. You know what, dear? We're gonna have 2. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, things happen, folks, right? It's life. So in business, things happen as well. But the good news is we have someone at the helm that is, you know, going to bat for us every single day. And all we have to do is just chill. You know what I mean? As opposed to, no, you got to get in the trenches also, and you got to be working hard to make this happen also. You know what I mean? You got to get some elbow grease. You know what I mean? That's not the case, right? So we just have to just let the folks who know what they're doing, let them do it. You know what I mean? And we, you know, we'll just go with the flow, and it will all work out. Some of us believe this is by divine and, you know, God inspired and all of this stuff. Some of us believe that. Okay, so then leave it to God. Let him deal with it. You understand me? Are you going to tell God what to do and how to do it? Right? I'm just saying, for those who believe, because some people say that's what they believe. That's their belief. Right? Who am I to tell them not to believe that? Right? So my point is, let things work itself out. Right? Take fear out of your life. You'll live so much better. You look younger. You know what I mean? It can't grow your hair back, no. Okay? But you'll look good. You know what I mean? You'll feel good if you just take fear out. Because fear is a lie. You know that, right? Fear is a lie. I have fears. I'm not saying I don't have no fears. Okay, try to make me go over the Golden Gate Bridge and see what happens. Okay, I'll be the slowest person driving over that bitch ever in life, going over that bridge. You understand? Right? Because I have a fear of heights. It is what it is. Right? I've been to Mexico, climb upon pyramid, and I can't come down. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, when I look down, I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. How did that even come up? And it took me hours before I finally came. And I'm watching these little kids running up and down. And I'm like, what the? Right? Okay. so I understand fear. So I'm not saying, we're perfect and all this stuff. No, my point is, it's not real though. Fear isn't real. My car is not going to all of a sudden just fly up in the air and drop over the bridge. And that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? But your mind, right? The fear comes upon you and you just have to fight through it. So I have to fight through it and go cross the bridge. Okay, let's go. You understand? So take fear. If you can take fear, if you can eliminate it, I'm telling you, you're going to live a better life, because a lot of the times the fear, it's not real. You know what I mean? It's not real, but we think it's real, right? So I know I'm taking a long time to answer this question, but I think there's a deeper question, if you wish, that's beyond what the person is asking, and whoever's giving you trouble and saying, again, like I said earlier, time will reveal all. That's just how it works, folks. Time will reveal all. And so if you trust the company, if you trust the CEO, continue to trust, right? Continue to trust, because it's going to be well worth it, folks. And that's all that matters to me. Is it worth it, or is it not worth it? If it's worth it, then I'm prepared to go to battle. You know what I mean? I'm prepared to fight if it's worth it. If it isn't worth it, what am I going to fight for? Well, I'm going to risk my life for something that's not worth it. Doesn't make any sense, right? So let's just continue to stay the course and realize that we're in a good place. We really are. It may not seem that way, right? It may not seem that way right now, based upon, I can't go into my OES. I have no money in my pocket because we're not able to sell anything, but it will all work out, folks, right? And as I said, I believe that when the CEO think the time is right, he will come and he'll share whatever story he needs to share with us, because up until now, come on now, he's been pretty more than sharing, like he's given us more than enough as far as I'm concerned, right? And sometimes even too much, and that's why stuff is out there and this and that, because again, he's trying to, okay, guys, here. But to me, if an information is not going to benefit me, think of your brain. The more junk you have inside there, folks, is the less clarity you have in life. You know what I mean? It's the less clarity you have. And people want to just fill up their brains with junk. And when I say junk, I mean things that are not profitable, right? Do I need to know that Johnny loves Susie? How does that benefit me? I don't need to know that. So I don't need that to come inside here now. Okay, whoa, Johnny loves Susie. When did this happen? And how and when? Okay, are they gonna get married or blah, blah, you know what I mean? Don't need it, right? There's lots of stuff that we just don't need to know. You know what I mean? The webcam and my iPhone. I don't need to know. I pick up the phone. I want to call somebody. I call the person. You know what I mean? The phone rings. I answer the phone. I don't need to understand how this thin small little something is just the same as this big PC that I have. You know what I mean? I don't need to understand all of that, right? When we take up too much stuff inside here that has no value whatsoever to us, meaning it's not going to make you accomplish your goal. It's not going to get you to your desired destination any faster because you know this information. Then I just leave it alone. You understand me, right? I tell my wife that, what did this? I don't know. But you were on the phone for how long? I say, yeah, but they were just talking. I was just listening, kind of went through and kind of came back out. I didn't really take it all in, so I can't really tell you what was said. True story, folks. You know what I mean? So yeah, so if you talk to me, okay, right? No, I'm actually listening. Sure, right? So you understand? Just try not to put too much inside here that's not going to be helpful in your day-to-day life. You know what I mean? It's just not necessary. And if it's not going to benefit you, leave it alone. You know what I mean? And stay out of stuff that you don't need to be involved in. You're right? Because if you don't need to, you just weighing yourself down. Right? So anyways, you guys got me excited now. Now I think I'm ready to talk. All right. Back to whoever now.
Thank you. We have more people asking questions. Miss Gillian, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question?
Hello, everyone. Hi. It's Gillian Hannah from Australia. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to share my excitement about OnPassive. And I forgot to raise my hand before. It's a little bit early in Australia, and I just noticed the feature there then. But I usually go to the Roblin Live, and I'm on the panel there, the chats, or I go to all the chats on the corporate webinars and OP360, etc. So just joining in here today. And thank you, Michael. We really enjoyed your presentation today. And I just wanted to share a little bit of excitement about OnPassive. It's so amazing that with OnPassive creating intelligent solutions, AI with heart, the creativity and innovation are limitless and have unlimited possibilities for good in our world, which is a great and positive recipe. So we all can win and have peace, be able to resolve any issues of today, country issues, communication issues, planet issues, and simplify the complexities we face. Make our lives and everyone's lives better and overcome the future obstacles so everything becomes seamless. And the OnPassive applications with better communication, we can overcome climate change, collapsing economies, poverty, suffering, corruption, exploitation, and be better equipped to eliminate wars and conflicts that are on the rise today, creating chaotic issues both online and offline. OnPassive is here to communicate and unite the world so no one needs to resort to any harm towards humanity or our planet. This is the beacon of hope for humanity, and it is the best time and age to happen too. So it's really an important vision and mission, and it's also the best ideology for the future. I had more things to say, but yeah. Do you want me to say more? I didn't really have any questions.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate your love for OnPassive, because you know that I'm married to OnPassive, right? Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is the best vision and mission for the future.
That's true. That's
and
true.
We're definitely behind this vision and mission, because there isn't anything else better out there, and it's come to the point where we have to create change. We have to do better, because you can see that there just has to be change now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jillian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We love you. Thank you so much for your excitement. Thank you. And thank you for coming.
Thanks. Yes, I'm always excited because of the vision and the mission. It's really motivating, and we learn so much here and discover so much. And all the applications are communicating and connecting the world. And you can just see how colossal it will be. Also, when all the components need changing on our planet to make it a greener world too. So,
yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, the future is exciting. Future is exciting.
Absolutely. We thank you so much for your thoughts. We thank you for your excitement. Let me proceed to the next person, please. Nimala, could you please unmute? Yes, please. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. I got this opportunity. So many years I am waiting for this international people I want to talk to. Thank you
Really?
so much, really.
Oh, no problem. Proceed, my dear. Proceed.
In my life, I achieved today. Thank you so much, sir. My brother, Michael Williams, sir. I want to say here, I'm very anxious. How to share? I don't have words to tell. Really, in my job in Hyderabad, माधापुर में कोंडापुर रहता है school में I did accountant so many years 15 years I was worked there but this much happiness I did not get it. I'm very happy. Our answer is live guard. I want to share this. That's why I raised my hand. Live guard. In my life, I was worked there. They said you are not fit for anything. I fit when I was get it on passive. When I quit that job, I got it on passive. 2018, I quit that job. I got it on passive. Then, as sir, God, I got it in my hand. God is there. I achieved good. I want to share this. Life, God is there in my hand. My mother place is High Tech City, Madhapur, and my in-laws place is Vanasthalipuram. It is in Hyderabad only, ma'am. Yeah, I'm very happy in my life. I achieved everything. I'm very, very happy. In my eyes, I'm getting tears. Really, I'm very happy.
And we're so grateful to have you here with us, Nirmala. You know, it's one big happy family. That's what On Passive is all about. You know, and so we know those are tears of joy. You know, and
Very happy. I hear to Michael Williams' voice also. I'm very, very happy, dear.
yeah, well, thank you so much for coming, Nirmala. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Jay.
everyone that comes and share with us. It's really good to see when we have such a diverse group of people within this company, and every voice matters.
That
Everyone
word,
counts.
if you're not fit for anything, that word itself, I cried a lot, sir. I want to share this because of as sir life God only. He was pick up my life. I'm very, very happy. I did a lot of work. I troubled so many things. I have mother, father, in-laws, everything. I have so many responsibilities. I want to share with you, sir. Thank you so much. I see to you in Zoom meeting. In my life, I achieved everything in Zoom meeting itself.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank
So
you, sir.
you're very welcome, Nirmala. You're very welcome.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks again for coming. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I got it with this Zoom link itself. I am a good person, a lucky person in my life. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Excellent. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Really, I have one brother and 4 sisters, sir. My brother did not talk in 4 years onwards. He's a good person because of so many little bit problems only. I have my brother, so many brothers in unpassive. I'm very happy. I'm lucky person in my life. I want to share this. That's why I raised my hand.
Well, thank you so much for
Everyone,
sharing.
thank you, sir. Thank you so much, dears. Thank you so much, sisters and brothers. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. We thank God for everything, right? We
Yeah,
love you.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. It's okay.
Thank
you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you for sharing your excitement. We really appreciate you coming. Thank you. Queen Bridget, is there anything on the chat? Do you have any? Is there any question on the chat?
Unless I wasn't looking. Let me check real quick.
Please. At this moment, I'm going to hand it over to Queen Dr. Pat.
I don't see. I don't see any.
Send me home, please. Send me home. Send me
That's what I'm doing, Brother Michael. But it changed. I'm sending you home.
Yeah. Say yeah. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. But I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you.
Go ahead, Queen Bridget, quickly, please. Let's send our brother home.
Thank you, Nimala, and the other person is gone, for your excitement. Yes, at this time, it's very special that we need those kind of excitement, because some people really don't think about that. So, and just to let you know, the tears that you have is tears of joy, and it's really okay to cry. Dr. Benny is one of those that always cry, for instance, like she was crying when you were crying. So that's fine. It's okay to cry, you know. So yeah, so we're really pleased to have you here. Thank you.
All right. I want to first by saying thank you all for coming. Thank you, everybody that's presented today. Thank you, everybody that's shared. Whether it's your emotions, life is full of emotions. There are different types of emotions, and it is okay. We are a family, so we should just be vulnerable with each other. So it's okay, my sister. Let God bless you.
Can I say something to Michael Williams?
Okay, go ahead, Brother Pius, quickly, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael Williams, you are the greatest, you know. When we say Idi Amin, some Africa call him the greatest. When we saw Muhammad Ali, he was the greatest. Michael Williams, you are the greatest. You are the Superman. You are doing well. You are encouragement, and the Red Farm encouragement, Martin encouragement has also encouragement, made us to be going ahead. So keep doing what you are doing. You are not doing it for yourself. You are doing it for the whole nation. We love you so much. You know I love you. You are my brother from another mother in Jamaica. Jamaican American or Canadian. So we love you. We don't love you because of your face. We love you because of your attitude, because of your character, because of your humanitarian power. We love you. As you love, we love you. God will continue to love you and your family. Nothing will stop you, and nothing will stop us. We so appreciate it. I'm sorry for a while I don't attend this meeting because I'm one of the leaders on Papa African webinar, which is every Sunday. If I'm not there, not that the meeting will hold, it will hold, but the time difference, you know. So I'm happy to be here. I told Dr. Patience I will be here from the beginning to the end because I want to enjoy with you guys. So I'm sorry that I'm late. Thank you so much, Michael Williams. Thank you, Dr. Patient. Thank you, Bridget. Kamla, my friend, Yvonne. Dr. Benny, the wife of Unpassive. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. I'm so excited, and we have already won. Don't worry, it is coming. Aim said, you know, when Michael Williams doing mathematics about how things will happen, I'm so excited. I'm counting myself as a billionaire. I don't count myself as a millionaire. I'm a billionaire. And we are billionaires. Just what we have to do, mindset, take good care of our health and our family, all is done by the grace of God. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brother Pius.
Amen.
You've taken all my accolades. Anyway, and thank you, Pastor Shagon. Every Sunday he goes out to feed the homeless here in Jersey, in Newark, but he never misses the meeting. So I think he goes there and tells the homeless that, look, money is coming. I don't know, because he joins the meeting when he's feeding them. So thanks for being a true trooper. Brother Mike, as I said, when you come, we don't want to hold you. Today I'm going to send you home. I think you've said enough. I want to appreciate you and your family, your wife and your children, because this is true love for us on perseverance. Yes, Brother Pius said it all. You speak from your heart. We don't give you questions ahead of time in Dream Team when we do the fire chat, because we want it to come from your heart. And you see, when somebody speaks from their heart and from what they believe, you can see the passion come through them. And that passion is what I like. I want to see. That's why we keep really appreciate the fact that you at least once in a month, it would take that dose that will keep us to the month. I know I said that for me, it's like you come and give me that dose of passion that I need. I have a lot of those type of texts for people, even family members, and so I've actually blocked some of them. And I said I'll unblock them when the right time comes, because I've never blocked people in my life. I don't believe in that, but I have had to block some family members right now. Yes, truly they come on board because of me. because they trusted me. Because they say, oh, you have never done anything like this. You've never done any business. I'm not a business type. For you to bring a business means you've seen something to it. And I'm staying the course. And I'm telling them to stay the course with me. So when they start being negative, I've actually blocked them. That's not my personality, but I have. I'll just tell you the truth. I've heard it all. Life is full of choices. The choice is yours. Stay true to your conviction. You have to know what you believe in. Stand by it. We've said it all. Know what you know and stand by what you know. At the end will tell it all. We know the story of Ali Baba's secretary. How many years did he stay with him? The rest is history. Everybody left. She was not making much money. He said, just stay with me, believe. And she believed. And we know what happened, we know that story. Let's really enumerate our CEO's spirit, the do or die spirit. He said it, he comes out there. He says, he's gone through hell and back, but I'm not going to give up. Why? Why is he doing it? Why did he invite us and he's not giving up? Because he believed that Unpassive is bigger than him and all of us here. I believe at the end we'll all be smiling like Dr. Benny. So whether we believe it or not, Michael Williams said it. Well, as long as you have an account, you will win, whether you believe it or not. So just be true to yourself. We're all in need to win it. Let everybody be patient. It is going to worth it at the end. Let's just stay true to the cause. And let's just thank our brother for being here today for almost 4.5 hours, speaking with love and passion, with conviction, with his belief. He's not faking it. And his advice, don't fake it. Because if you fake it, people will not even believe it. They will not come through with love. It's true. It's not going to come across with love. He's saying it and you can see the passion, the love of what he believes. So we're all in it to win it. That is our company motto. Everyone will win, every one of us. Our brothers reiterate that. They don't say, oh, AI will not say, oh, this name Patient sounds good. Okay, give him more customer. Sister Kanla, I don't know that name. We're all going to win. Let's wait for the complete solution, the automated solution. I know we all miss all connect. I know we all were used to it. I miss it too. I know we know it was working, but there's something in business that we can't see. And truly, Michael Williams, you said it, and I hope all of us live today with this. I work in corporate America. Most of us work in corporate. How many of us know what they're doing?
Nada.
You are telling me that this is your task.
Zero.
Do it.
Switch. Zero.
They invite us to come and work for them. The difference is that we work for them to make the money and they decide what to give us. Okay? That's the truth, right? Because you have to go for an interview and someone says, okay, I need you to be in this team. But the other way is that, okay, this is what I want you to do. Don't ask questions, just do it. At the end, they say, okay, this is what will pay you for your time. Michael Williams said something. You're making $2, but you're shutting down the company because we are selfish. You know what? Corporate America will send people away for what? They did not meet their projection. Not that they're not making money. Some people must have sit and get some of us smart mathematicians. And we wrote some nice model, and we project that your interest this year is going to be 20%. At the end of the year, they make 10%. Shareholders doesn't like them. How do they balance it? Cut staff. He said it. Somebody has to lose money from their pocket. Cut staff. That's not Unpassive model. That's not what Unpassive want to do. So let's leave our CEO, stay the course, and do what to do. We're all in need to win it. Thank you, Brother Michael. We love you as always. You can all unmute yourself and say it needs
Thank
to
you,
win
Brother
it.
Michael. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Michael.
Thank you, Brother Michael.
Thank you, Brother Michael. Win it.
Thank
You need to
you.
win it. You need to win it. Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you.
I hope you didn't block me, Dr. P. I hope you didn't block me.
No.